grid, because you are, like I keep saying, you have real-time visibility that drives reliability, and it also enhances as we progress with technology. There's artificial intelligence, there's going to be renewables. It also provides that platform to be able to accommodate those things and react according to the demand, either from the load side, either from the output side, to ensure things are done. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
The of that master plan were one, infrastructure, two, pricing.
Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful presentation. So we would like to have the panel back on the stage. So Engineer Balogun, it's time for you to
that is what led to the expansion of a critical line pipeline that supplies gas to Lagos, which we call
and
the
we would like to know if the
pipeline system,
people in the audience will
which
have
actually
one or two
pulls
questions.
gas from
Thank you.
fields of Niger Delta and pipe it down to Lagos, supplying the markets around Ikeja, even the one that tees off to the Lekki Free trade zone, right? So that is from the EPS line. The EPS line has a capacity of about 2.2 BCF per day supply of gas. But we do know that there are certain challenges associated with the transmission, pressures and all of that currently, challenging that. But that is that is to mention the progress that has already been made, towards achieving some infrastructural requirements.
Please, can you put a hand of claps for JD? That was a very insightful presentation.
So it's infrastructure, right? Then there is also the aspect of pricing. Again, over the years, there has been attempt to get pricing of gas.
How can data analytics from network monitoring operation inform network optimization?
Right? Because
good morning once again, everybody.
Of gas,
I think the first thing before I speak about the importance of data acquisition for bringing out the best performance from infrastructures of the power system is that we first of all look at why do we need this data and what are these so-called data. You will agree with me that data are mainly the current, the voltage, the frequency at that particular time. And when a system is running smoothly, all these data goes and they have a particular value that has to be flowing. And during force system, there's also a particular value that will flow. And if you monitor effectively all these data, you'll be able to know whether a particular network is running reliably, as it has been said, and if they are not, you'll be able to know where to pinpoint. So data acquisition is very key in power system management. Without data acquisition, we cannot effectively monitor this particular network.
It is not a gas that you have, intentionally gone to explore.
Thank you,
the intention was to oil. But
what technical tools and software are commonly used for network monitoring?
And that is classified as gas that must be.
Well, like I said, there are a lot of tools, but different tools for network monitoring.
Because of the way
and I'll probably just share two or three. For example, one of the tools we employ in our system is that when we realized that the feeders are out, and if a network, a 33 kV feeder or an 11 kV feeder goes out on fault, because of the terrain of some of those feeders, it takes you hours and time to be able to even drive through and locate where those faults are. Now, there are tools, for example, that are in the system today. They call them fault passage indicators, for example. These are tools that we will design based on the length of the feeder and the intersections on the feeder, and we place them as strategic points on these feeders. And so what they do for you is that when there's a fault on the feeder, be able to identify through that object that is visibly slim, it just shows you the blinking red lights, and that automatically allows you to identify that the point of failure is centered around that location. And so with that, you can quickly respond and reduce your turnaround time. On the transformers, you have what we call remote sensor, the distribution automated remote sensor solutions. The ones that we're popular familiar with are SCADA. Today there are some automatic machine learning tools that can design some algorithm for you patterns that can allow you to even move into what I spoke about earlier, about predictive maintenance. They take the trend of trippings, they take the trend of voltage and current, and they're intelligent to be able to predict that in some hours' time, when these statistics or this data falls below a certain threshold, something will happen. So it's not a one tool fits for all, but there are opportunities across the different value chain to explore on the different types of tools that can give you benefit and value. Thank you.
Can continue to collaborate.
Lagos State,
to identify Lagos State gas demand requirements. Because it is only when we have identified the gas demand requirements that we can actually make sure that that is included in the domestic gas delivery obligation framework, which actually enjoys the regulated pricing. So it is an ongoing collaboration.
Okay, we talk about routine maintenance.
And the commission
routine maintenance is like speaking to
themselves in
preventive
order to achieve that
maintenance.
Going forward.
That is, you want to ensure that you carry out maintenance that is structured maintenance that you already designed. That okay, either there is fault or not, let's carry out this maintenance to prevent faults. I remember when I was at Oshodi, we have a double circuit feeder feeding the Chinese company, and this Chinese company ensure that every month they shut down for maintenance of their line. They do that so that it's like ensuring that local, let there be no problem as a result of issues that they can avoid. So they do that routine maintenance. So routine maintenance is very critical in a network, especially in this context, and especially for our own network in Nigeria here. Routine maintenance at least assists us if we can adhere strictly to it. Though there are so much pressure today that even those maintenances are not deployed because of limited infrastructure, as it were, in the system today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer Olayinka, what are some common technical issues that can be identified through network monitoring?
What's inhibiting this?
Thank you very much, sir. Some of the issues that can be identified, first of all, is the reliability of the network.
Which is the distribution infrastructure.
Also, like it has been said, it can also be used for a predictive means to be able to know that, okay, this very line, this is what is happening on this line. For instance, I will give a particular occasion that happened last week. There was this 330 kV line. We discovered that at a particular phase, we are having faults. So what we now did was, every 2 days, we go and do thermovision inspection of the line. We now discovered that on day 1, we got 65 degrees at about 280 megawatts. The following day, when it was carrying about 300 megawatts, we got about 75 degrees. We went back the third day. We saw for 350 megawatts, we are seeing about 85. Immediately we asked them, take out this line. When we took the line off, we discovered that the terminals were burning.
Western Niger Delta.
But physically, you won't see
What
it
happens if all
until when we
if
took
all
the line
chip
out.
plants in Western Niger
Immediately, we
Delta are
changed all the contacts and everything
been
become normal.
produced and we don't have more gas
So
coming from there.
these are good ways
We have
that you can
Eastern Niger
do
Delta
to
as well,
achieve
where we had a lot of
all these data
so-called cheap
association.
gas and of course other potential
Thank you
future
very much.
development. There is a gap which right now
Jide,
the NNPC is trying to fill.
How can
most
network
of the
monitoring
stakeholders
operation help
industry are
detect
well
and
aware,
respond
been on it
to security
for a
threats?
number of years, the connection of the east and the west to make sure that
Very
where
good
you
question.
have
You know, I think one of the slides I was speaking about cyber security.
That bit for me is one
Because
of
I think
infrastructure.
just like in any other
It's
operation,
actually it works.
there are people that are their own job is how to bust you, either through virus, either through system intrusion, either
So
through a lot of things.
That's critical.
And so it's an ability to be able to ensure that you have a proper, what I would call a firewall,
in the West. We
a proper
almost
defense
everybody here is
that can react to those threats. Because those threats are real. Some people, as you're trying to plan on how to get something right, their mission is to try and ensure it doesn't work. And so, with proper analysis, with proper acquisition of data, with proper ability to design the network, to be able to identify and notice illegal activities on it in a very sensible manner and react is the best way to ensure that you avoid all these kind of threats. Thank you.
Pipeline can still get gas
Thank you.
when it's
Engineer
put to the
Yewale,
line for them. That bit has always
How
been there as well.
can network
We've seen some
monitoring
improvements,
operation
but there's
inform
still a lot that needs to be done there. But
capacity
I think Lagos State should also think
resource
beyond the
allocation?
Alps. If we want to talk
thank
about
you.
gas, sufficiency in
Sometimes when we want to speak to that,
in domestic gas distribution,
probably we look at our
we need to
own
think beyond the Alps. We need to
situation
what are the
here in
options
Nigeria
do
anyway.
we have? What kind of arrangement can you have to?
We have
for
seen
instance,
that we have, we look at our network,
an LNG
we
regasification
monitor,
facility
we see
that
how
gives you an
transformers
option
are
outside of the Alps.
overloaded,
So the Alps,
and
apart from the fact that it's currently
unfortunately,
very inefficient,
because of limited
also has to be-
resources,
can be
we
down from
cannot
time to time. When it's down, what do you
make
do?
some changes,
So
create
having,
relief or build
LNG
redundancy
terminal
such that
that gives you an alternative supply source
we
into
don't
the
have
state.
all
Lagos
these
State is
issues.
It's a
That's,
critical in terms of
problems
the local
of
gas, domestic gas
overloading
market. Lagos State is one
of
of
the
the biggest and
network.
is most critical.
I will tell you that many years back, before now,
100%
we used to have an engineer,
coming from the
Ogundele.
Niger Delta. So that is
He
another
built a
element
system
that I
in
think
Victoria Island
the
where
government can consider.
both the secondary and the primary
What
were
are
arranged
other supply options
on
or
transformers.
supply
You know,
infrastructure
Victoria Island
options
is a very small
that,
place.
need to be looked
So whereby if you have a fault on a transformer, the second transformer will feed the customer of the faulty transformer, you know, on the low voltage side. You know, these are systems that were possible at that time. And I will tell you, after another regime came up and liberalized the
Thank you very much.
the market, where, because in those days nobody goes to the market to buy Tokumbo this, Tokumbo that.
So,
But eventually everything turned,
for
and then
alternative
you
fuels.
find people bringing in,
And,
use AC,
talk about
use electric iron,
reliability of
use
the
this, use that,
which
and
was
that
challenge in terms of
eventually
meeting the
overloaded
needs of,
system
Lagos State.
abruptly. Before you know it,
So it's
people
time
that
to
could not
think outside
afford
the box.
a ceiling fan
Methanol,
can now
biogas
afford
are all
AC,
alternatives.
can afford
Beyond that, of
fridges,
course,
can afford that, and
resources
within a short time,
you outside
the whole network
Lagos.
was overloaded.
The 113, we
And
have the
when you
1,
talk about overloading,
which have
not
very
even
few
being overloaded
resources,
by
and I think
clean
it's time for stakeholders to start looking at that. Back to
appliances,
your question,
but by appliances that are already overused
biogas.
with different
Lagos, with the
harmonics
solutions here.
and
One
different
thing we have a lot of is waste.
issues.
Right?
coming into your
So,
network.
basically,
And that is
biogas
why
is
today
gas
I
that
just put in the
generates
discourse.
from,
It's not so easy to
waste,
manage this kind of
by
network
introducing
we have found ourselves in.
biodigesters and so on.
If you go
The problem
abroad
with
today,
implementing that in Lagos
there are
is that we've been trying to
lifespan
implement
to every
that,
appliance you
trying
buy.
to do
Maybe 5
large-scale
years,
biogas stations.
those appliances are
Start thinking
already entering their
if you
wear
look
out
at
period, and they are
waste is
throwing away.
generated from the communities,
But
and so
our
you
people will go
start
and carry
to
them,
implement sort
and they
of,
come and sell them to us here, and we now begin to
biogas
use them
community,
on our system.
biogas
And this overload the
for
system
communities
such that
and,
the discos are
some
grumbling. If you
clusters
keep a
around the
transformer
state,
in a
right?
junction
So that
today,
way you scale
in
down
another
the
6
plant
months,
and
I
improve
think-
in terms of your
in another 6 months,
execution,
that transformer
sort
is
of reduce
overloaded.
your execution risk.
So you find it difficult to even
So
predict
biogas has a lot of potential and is one
your-
way to
your
provide,
loads.
alternative gas source.
And
Biogas, of course,
also,
is
I'm
still
also
made,
aware
just of
that
course,
in some
energy content is
countries,
slightly lower, less than a
when you
third
apply
BTU,
for electricity,
right? But there are
they will
generators
ask
that
you
can utilize
the
biogas
capacity
to
you
produce,
want
electricity.
to use for your
Coming
house.
to methanol,
Maybe it's 2 kVA, and they set your
methanol
meter
has a huge
at 2
application
kVA.
in terms of
So once you exceed
industries
that,
for industrial use.
your
But
system
one
shifts off.
area, and this is one
So
issue
not
I
here
have
where you will,
the
the
policy
electrician
makers
will
at the national level.
put on the table, we are only going to use 2 sockets, one lamp here,
program,
3 other
CNG
sockets in the other room, and
Beyond
that's all.
CNG,
And that's what
can
will
be
be
used for
submit to you. But the
local
same house
fuel.
that they've told you they are only using 2 or 3 appliances will load that same
China has,
circuit
you know,
with different or
hundreds of
even
thousands of methanol bays.
more than 10 appliances.
IMO 2020,
which of course
which is
bounce
the
back
International Maritime
to the
Organization
network.
2020 rules,
And that is the
has
situation we have
implemented,
found ourselves today.
has passed a law
Thank you.
that says by
you very
2030
much,
all
Engineer
ships are to be
Yinka,
converted
what
to
are-
cleaner fuels, or they
what are some
introduce
best
scrubbers to
practices
reduce their emissions.
for implementing and maintaining
Maersk
network
and a few other
monitoring
shipping
system?
companies
What
are
the best
converting
practices?
are building brand new methanol
Thank you, sir.
ships.
The first thing is the
so
SCADA
that is
system.
an opportunity for methanol to be introduced.
Another one is
Lagos is a
the
major hub
IoT.
for shipping, right? It is
What are
time to start
IoTs?
looking at how to introduce
IoTs are
methanol
Internet
for our,
of a thing.
marine industry.
That is,
right?
you have a
You can put
system
methanol,
somewhere.
bunkering station.
Without it being connected
and
remotely to
bunker,
you, you can
marine
monitor
vessels coming
what is
into Lagos.
happening.
You can look at also
that
alternative
site.
ways
The
of
SCADA
producing
system,
methanol, of
SCADA
course,
is
through,
the supervisory control
now
and
that
data
you can
acquisition.
synthesize, ammonia
What it
and all
does
of that
is
from,
you are able
water
to
and,
control a particular network
renewable sources,
remotely.
maybe solar power and so on.
We have the national
Of
control
course,
system at
the signature in terms of
Oshogbo.
radiation for Lagos is
It is the tools mainly we are using now. Although there are sensors that supply these tools, and these sensors, we call them current transformers and voltage transformers. What they do is, imagine a particular line transmitting at 330 kV or 132 kV. When I mean 330, it means 330,000 volts. You can't go there and take meter to monitor the flow of current. You cannot even move near it 4 feet to the conductor. So what we do is we connect a current transformer to it. We also connect a voltage transformer to it. What the current transformer does is to bring down that voltage at that 330 and take it down to probably 1 amp. And that voltage, 1 amp for current, the voltage, which is the VT, it will bring it down to probably 110 volt. So with this, we can play with it. And you now have your modulars, the RTUs, your relays, that will convert these analog signals to digital signals. It is this digital signals that you will now use and transmit to those remote ends.
Of customers, even though the pipeline was out, they were not out of gas. They have not been out of gas for the last 3-4 years. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have what we call as portfolio of mother stations, because we've just gone to different sources of where the gas is available. And we've been doing this in the west, we've been doing this in the east. So I believe,
like I said,
as Alfred pointed out, that
I think the last slide you said service delivery
just one
is to
critical
who?
infrastructure without the
And it's to the
option of
customers.
bringing in gas
The end
into
point
into
is that the
metropolitan.
customer satisfaction
We will
and
always
expectation
have
must be met.
for the virtual
That is,
pipeline to come
that is
into,
it for me.
as the alternate
And
as
so,
the backup. And And as we like to say,
like I said,
from
his
business
ability to
context, that we need to have
define
a backup to
the
a backup to a
parameters.
backup.
And I think I did it. There was a slide I
Always
showed
plan for it.
when you talk about customer
another
slide
good idea,
and
like
talking
just
about the
what you said
CAIF
about it,
indices.
right?
So it's
What
to
is one of the
define the
statements
indices
that we're trying to address?
appropriately,
We're trying to address that all the
develop the
customers
network,
bringing it,
get the
because
data
everything
to
is there.
support it, and you
So this is
monitor
various ways
efficiently
of,
and
to
effectively.
address this problem, right? In other words,
It's
as
not
Rizal mentioned,
it's not a
bring in
destination
resources. So whether
joint.
it's
It's
offshore
something that
production,
takes
whether it's
time.
LNG terminal,
But
yes.
the beauty of it is that
point that Norman
what
mentioned
data
about IoT.
analysis does
There
for
are
you,
cases
and that's
of
why
projects in Asia,
in my
especially
system,
USA,
I mean,
whereby
there's a
they
word, I just call it the
generate
3D
biogas
model.
wherever it is
You
available,
can't
and then
take
they inject it into
decision
the pipeline. So then you
abruptly.
don't
It
treat
must be
biogas as
data-based.
standalone,
Everything must
which
be
is only having
data-backed,
60%
because that is what
Exactly.
tells us
With
whether we are
gas.
improving
So maybe 1%,
or we're not
2%,
doing well.
3% of
So
biogas
when you
is
define the
available as
reference
biogas, it
properly,
doesn't really affect the
you've
pipeline
implemented
gas,
your
then
systems,
it basically
you've
contributes
partitioned
to
it.
just diversify your
Then you know
the
what
gas is
reliability
like
index
Delta,
that
you
you're working
generate the gas
towards to. It's
locally,
properly
and
defined.
then put that in
So we have a systemic
whether
and a
it's
pragmatic
completely
approach
off-grid or
to
whether you incentivize
constantly
it as
monitor
well. But
and
that's
begin to see.
definitely,
Because it's all about, all we're talking about is reliability. It's about
you
to
mentioned SE philosophy
reduce,
for 5,000
it's about just
megawatts.
reducing the
One
turnaround
time I
times
remember
and
mentioning
limiting
just the
frequency
Magna mentioned with 18,000 megawatts of power by
of
themselves, right? In all fairness, that also is a very big inefficiency in the whole context of things. So every time we talk about, oh, the demand is 13,000 megawatts.
So that
It's
that
not
is the
13,000
concentration
megawatts
point. It's all about reducing
collective.
outages,
It is because everybody's operating
improving
independently and they're operating
reliability,
highly
and
inefficiently.
eliminating,
And that's why we
if
just
possible,
calculate the number of
the
generators that are
frequency of
installed and the gas or the
incursion.
diesel that is
Thank
being
you very much.
consumed. So
Um,
that can also
thank you very
address the
much.
challenge of the demand itself,
I've
which
learned a
can
lot.
address
I'm
the issue
sure
of supplies
the audience have
coming in
also
from the Nigeria.
learned a lot.
And
But the
on
summary of
on
all
a
what
note or
the
on a
experts have
positive note as well,
discussed
one alternate
this
Norbert
morning
forgot to mention
is that
the world is moving
we
very
do know
fast
what
is
to do.
hydrogen.
We
And
do- you
whether
know,
it's blue,
but
green or gray,
one of the key
Nigeria
things
has
is
the resources to generate
funding.
that hydrogen, especially given the fact
Funding
that we do
of
have a lot of
all
petrochemical
these
plants coming up online.
implementation
Ammonia is available
and
locally.
idea,
Gas,
starting
natural gas
from
is
routine
available locally.
maintenance.
So
It needs
hydrogen also
funding
we see
for you to
as
actually
an
have a
alternate
plan for
which
the
has a
year
good future.
and
So
effectively
again, it's
implement
not just
it,
restricted to
you
CNG,
know,
LNG,
to,
but when it comes
you know,
to the gas itself, or the pipeline, or the
smart
infrastructure,
grid
we believe there will be
implementation.
alternates required.
You know,
And definitely,
smart
unless we
grid
resolve the
implementation
challenges of
includes
diversification of the supply of gas
SCADA,
itself, the supply of fuel, we will need to have
supervisory control and
the
data
backup to the
acquisition.
backup in Lagos.
It involves
Thank you very much.
GIS, Geographic Information System. It involves AMI, advanced metering infrastructure. These are implementation that will enable us, you know, have real time and visibility of the network, which will enable us take quicker and better decision to the benefit of our customers, you know. And as the present structure, this is my personal opinion, the present structure as it is now is such that, you know, I feel, you know, the two discos are too big to implement this, because not really too big, but they are having problem of funding. You know, and why are they having problem of funding? Because the market is not transparent. You know, and these are some of the things Lagos State want to do, to have an electricity market that is transparent, that has smart grid implementation to enhance that. You know, there's light for everybody. You know, so once again, please, can I have a clap for the resource people? Okay.
I think is the first of its kind.
Engineer, we really would like to say something.
Thank you so much. We've talked
a process
about
that we call the program that we call the Nigerian Gas Flex.
But there's something we have left out, and that's training.
About 350
training
million
and
scope
training
of gas.
for
If those projects are executed completely, will be eliminated, right?
We are missing
now,
that.
The good thing is that because they are flare
look
gas,
at every starter.
the intent of the commission is not to
you want to build a house,
generate
you have to go and get somebody
revenue.
From Togo to come and
the
build
whole
the house.
intent is simply to
We have
eliminate
200
flaring,
million Nigerians
in line
They are
with
not trained.
our commitment, national
Call any
commitment
Nigerian to come and do
to
that
climate
for
change
you.
initiatives in our nationally determined contribution. And
And
so, basically, such gas sources, a lot of them, after analysis, some of them will be using the flared gas, converting to CNG, some to LNG, some to ammonia that we talked about. They are mini projects. They are not, like the very gigantic project. So Lagos State can also come in, because what we are currently doing is getting financiers, investors, and supporters to this kind of project. It's an opportunity for Lagos State to partner with some of these identified awardees, to see how, even if we talk about off-grid, so this would be like an off-grid supply, of gas, either by CNG or by NLNG, by LNG or by whatever process. So
they say it's another, it's the hub, they still use your money.
That's a program that the commission will be very readily want to facilitate and collaborate with the Lagos State government to see how they can leverage from the fact that such gas resources are relatively cheap compared to what is general. And then the commission is also playing a critical role in an initiative of the country called the Decade of Gas. This is where a lot of discussions, including some of those challenges in the critical lines that had been mentioned. We talked about the ERPs. There's another one we call it OB3, which is actually the one I think Mr. Bobo was talking about, that will link the eastern flank of the Niger.
Thank you so much, sirs. Please, can we give them another round of applause?
And that has been an ongoing discussion.
I would like to ask if members of the audience have questions to ask our panelists.
Aside
questions,
the NGFCP, which is the commercialization of flared gas, where Lagos can leverage opportunities, we also have discussions in the Decade of Gas initiative table, where issues affect gas utilization.
And thank you for the insightful information you've passed across. But there's one germane question I wanted to ask. We've listened about all the networks activity that we've talked about, the SCADA monitoring and the likes. But there is one key issue that is very fundamental between the discourse and the customer, which is energy theft. So I want to ask that, is there any way that the discourse have put in place to checkmate the issue of energy theft, not at the meter level alone, but at the line level? Because some people are very smart to the extent that they will not even tamper with the meter, but they will go to the line directly. But is there a solution that is being in place now? Because at the end of the day, what this code does is to put all the charges on all the estimated billing, and people have to pay for it.
And if you wish, you can direct your question to any.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I'll start by saying, I can't remember the speaker that said yesterday. I think it was the Commissioner of Energy for Ekiti that said one of the things their regulator wants to do in Ekiti is to treat energy theft and vandalism as economic sabotage. I think if Lagos State, and I think I was speaking to somebody, if there's something that the discos have been clamoring for from 2013, is that you need to declare energy theft. And not only energy theft, access to electric infrastructure. Like he said, if you are not a certified person, going there to even touch it should be declared. And I use the word, it's like you are carrying cocaine. You are jailed and you are fired for it. Until we get to that systemic definition, we will not really go forward. So when people know, it's like somebody sees a high tension across the street, you must be mentally deranged to go and touch it. Even a madman, I'm sure, when he sees it, he knows that there's power here. So that is the fundamental for me, and I hope that Lagos State will take the bull by the horn to define that access, illegal access for a non-certified personality to touch electrical infrastructure must be sent to jail. When you define that, then you now know you have a regulatory framework to start that. Now, let me give you a practical example of what we're doing in Ikeja Electric. This is one fundamental problem that you're battling with every day. You're losing like 500 to 800 million naira every month on energy theft. And so we came up with something we call an intelligent data box. That is an homegrown design situation it's like this network monitoring we're saying. It's an intelligent data box that we conceived and we designed ourselves, certified by the regulators. And one of the things we've deployed it as a proof of concept in a part of Ikorodu. We're currently rounding up that second proof of concept in a place called Akpata in Mushi. The first thing we did was that if you go to that vicinity, we've replaced all the aluminum conductors with what we call an area bundle cable. Today, there's something you call fly-by-wire at night. When you're driving home, and you live in those places where those welders are, when it's 11:30, they bring their bamboo stick, they fly the aluminum conductor and just simply hook up on the high tension. And they have direct access to drain your transformer for operations between 12 a.m. and 5. They don't pay for it. They overload your transformers. They burn your feeder panels. With this area bundle cable, you can just take a drive in Akpata and there's a place in Ikorodu. It's fully insulated. So you don't even see cobwebs at all. So once that was what we used to clean up that network. So anybody that goes in, immediately you see a cobweb mentality. You don't need a scientist to tell you something is out. So because that cable is insulated, it's difficult for them. You can't connect aluminum to rubber and you expect electricity to fall. That is it. Now, the intelligence of that box is also that box has been logically programmed and configured. It knows your vending pattern. It knows the output it goes, and it has a range to take a decision when it sees that either the demand or the output is not at variance again. And so with that from the back end, you can see in this territory that there's something shenanigans going for. And the beauty of it is that it can actually even take you out. So when it takes you out, you are out. So you will have to come to me to say you are out. Today, if something takes you out, you are just going to wait till night and you get your fly-by-wire mechanism to continue it. So those are some of the practical steps that is live that we're doing today. But for me, I think the fundamental is what I said. Until the government is bold enough to declare that incursion into electrical asset is a no-no, I don't think we'll be going anywhere. Thank you.
Are you considering some kind of integrated framework?
So the new law, the Lagos State Electricity Law 2024, enables the ministry to establish an agency called the Power Rangers. That agency will be headed by a senior magistrate, and it will have branches called by the billets. So it will be like all those
in lieu of the time that's
mobile
fast spent.
courts that you have.
Encourage the list to take a minute each to answer the questions, the 4 questions we have from the audience, in addition to reflections and thought.
About implementing, in terms of establishing the agency, So it's actually in our law. Thank you.
Good morning. How available are false passage indicators in our network, and how effective are they? Because sometimes false passage indicators, when they are put in the network in Nigeria, as I've noticed, they are put there just to say, "Oh, we have them." Are they really helping the decrease of downtime? Are they actively being worked on and being used to gain data for data inputs into our future smart grid technology?
Sin does not it's up to growth. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Excellent question.
For distribution,
I think if you heard what I said before, when you have FPIs, there are some initial analysis that you must do. You must be able to, first of all, determine what is the actual length of your feeders. You must be able to have data to tell you your frequency tripping rate, your availability, and a lot of indices. And once that is, you must be able to identify where your T-offs are. And so, once you've done all those analyses, it tells you the duration and the length at which they must be installed. If you have a length of 1 kilometer, for example, you can go and put it at 900.9 kilometers. So when you've done that, and you dimension those networks properly,
suggestion and advice
every
to
time there is a
Lagos would
fault,
also
either
be,
a
even
tee off
for
or on a
the,
section,
the
the system will react
which are for
correctly.
distributing gas
I'm
to,
speaking from experience because we have a POC
and all of
that we've done.
I
And
would
you,
also advise that,
and I'm
if
talking
there are
about you're having a
challenges,
reduction rate
something
of
that I
like
think,
65% if you do an
you could
analysis
actually
pre-installation and post-installation. So once the analysis has been properly done and is properly implemented, and the remote terminal connection response to you, as depending on whether you want to get it by SMS or you want to get it by mobile or whatever is there, then you could be able. It's easy for you to be able to determine your pro and
through
post
that process. I need to
Thank you.
mention that we got the presidential executive order 40, which has given tax incentives to investors that want to develop onshore and offshore shallow water non-associated gas resources, whereby they can get tax credit, depending on the volume of liquid or hydrocarbon liquid that there is in such gas. So the point is, it's a forum that actually looks at the challenges, critical challenges in the gas sector, and then every authority that is responsible for unlocking such authorities are engaged, and then solutions are realized. So for such distribution pipelines to the last mile, if there are any challenges, I can assure you that with the collaboration of the Commission and the role that we play in the Decade of Gas Forum,
is 5 kilometers.
Expedited
the
process
relay
can
at
be
station
given
B,
to licensing
we
such
also tell you,
investment or such pipeline.
let's assume it's a 10-kilometer
the
line.
can move as fast as
If
we
A
desire
is saying
that
5
is
kilometers,
Thank you.
definitely
In
B
closing,
also say 5
I would like to say that
if the fault
it's
is on 7
important
kilometers
that Lagos State does
and
not
A
stop
is saying
at this
7,
discussion.
obviously B will
We
be
need to
saying
actually
3.
articulate all that we have
So
discussed
with
so
that,
far, right?
every protection
And have
engineer,
an
once there is a fault,
implementable
we go
roadmap
to the relay.
of some
There's
of the
a record
resolutions
called fault
and,
record.
and suggestions
And inside the fault
that has been
record,
discussed
we
in
get
this forum.
the fault
That
location.
way we need to implement and
And
monitor
you know our
progress,
towers,
so that
they
looking
are
back we can say
being
that the
placed
purpose
at
of
a
this
particular
conference,
distance.
or rather this summit,
Tower
is
1 to
realized.
2
Thank you very much.
for a 330 is about 450 meters average.
Thank you. So
when
I'll
you
just
have
touch upon
10
probably the
towers,
subject of
it is
the
450
pricing,
times
right? So
the
we always
spans.
say that
So with that,
Nigeria is the
you'll
only
be able to know,
place
okay,
where
this is the point.
switching to a
But
cleaner
it's not
solution of
perfect,
gas
yes. There's
actually helps
another
you save money.
technology coming up.
In
They
the rest
call
of the
it
world, and
traveling
most of the
wave
places in the world, we
technology.
actually have to spend
That
money
one
to switch to
is
cleaner solutions of gas. I
perfect.
mean, World Bank is sitting here, they tell you. Right? So in Nigeria, it's
I
actually
would
one of
just
the few
like to
places
add
where
that,
switching to gas,
you know,
switching to cleaner solution, it actually
when I
helps
was in
you
the
save
coding
money.
school, there's a
So we
feeder
will,
called
for
PPH,
eternity, keep having these discussions on pricing.
You know, it
My friend
emanates
from
from
NPRC sitting here is talking about the upstream suppliers, the way everybody's complaining about the gas pricing here. Every of his producers complains the same thing to him that they are getting paid too less for the gas that they produce, based on international benchmark, right? So it'll always be a debate about what it is, and
we're able to do something that the fault locator is supposed to
call the spade a
They
spade.
try
The
to
primary reason of all the commodity prices going wherever they are going
fuses
is
at most of
basically
the
because of the
troublesome
exchange,
tee-offs
the value of the
that they
dollar,
have
because all these
identified.
commodities are
So
in one
what
form or
happens
the
is
other,
that
directly or
once
indirectly,
there's
are denominated in US dollars. So the more
once the
depreciation of the
technically
naira
feeder
happens, the
trips,
higher the cost of that fuel is going to become. One of the
if
reasons why
the fault
CNG
is
did
on
not
any
take
of those
place
sections,
before in
while they
Nigeria,
are
we've been
patrolling,
running
they will
CNG trucks
notice,
since 2016.
they will just find out
before
that
anybody
the
asked
fuse
us to.
has ruptured.
We did it because it was a
they will
business
go and
decision.
patrol those
Right?
sites.
The reason
But
why
mainly,
CNG or PI
those
CNG
things
and all the
are
initiatives
very,
and the
very
opposite is
useful
happening
practically
now.
for
Is
very
because
long
otherwise
feeders
CNG
that have
was not competitive due to
have
petrol
several
prices.
tee-offs.
Right?
You
Now
know.
that the subsidy is
So
gone,
practically,
CNG is
I can attest to
automatically
you that it
competitive.
works.
Nobody is giving
I
out
know there was a
subsidies
time
on
a co
CNG
was trying
pricing.
to procure
Right?
some, but I don't
So
know
that's
whether
how
they
the
were able
markets
to.
will
Thank you.
always evolve. We have to find that sweet spot on where the buyer is willing to sell, the buyer is willing to buy, and the seller is willing to sell at the price point that it is. Willing buyer, willing seller. That's how it's going to happen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yemi Ogunore. My question goes to the Ikeja district or the Eko district panelists. We've been hearing of load sharing, load management of our electricity. Our belief is that when you share the load of your area for a particular summertime, you will not have light within a period of time. But it has come to be something that for over 2 years, when they say you are sharing load, that you don't have light in a day, the next 24 hours that you're supposed to have light, you might not even have 2 hours of that light. And when you said you were so much concerned about customer satisfaction and customers' belief, it's like Ikeja district and the Eco discos that are managing the electricity distribution of the state. They are not up to task in the discharge of their services. So please, what can you do, or what processes are in place that will give the customers a better service? Thank you very much.
I know we've run out of time, and before the MC kicks us off the stage,
thank you very much.
Quickly,
remember that when I was
the
in the
question
course
with
of
respect to biogas, how much tonnage
that
of waste and all of that, and all the technical questions we can meet after this panel session. I'm happy to answer all your questions.
We are not looking at
parting words for everybody here, stakeholders, companies,
the customer that
pipeline companies, CNG companies,
supply,
stakeholders. Number one,
has told you
yes, Lagos offers a huge opportunity for everyone. It's a growing population of, with a commercial, industrial district, high net worth estates and so on. It's a huge opportunity in terms of energy needs with a growing population and all of that. But we all have to explore this and harness these opportunities responsibly. For the companies, you need an ESG policy, a strong environmental, social governance structure and a policy, right? You also need to be able to put in place plans to decarbonize your operations. If you're laying pipelines, do make sure your pipeline laying is less disruptive. Ensure during your operations you monitor emissions, record them, and have a baseline, and then have a plan to decarbonize. For Lagos State, you need a strong policy framework, right, for monitoring operations of these companies within the state. Of course, the guidelines come from NUPRC and NMDPRA, but you can determine how people operate within the state. In terms of power plants coming into Lagos, they need to have a hybrid solar, renewable gas mix. You should also have policies that encourage the introduction of methanol and other biogas for our people that want to put in biogas plants across the state, right? Lagos need to put in place a policy to be able to allow these guys to produce biogas to some certain specification, submit. You can inject that biogas into an existing pipeline. So guidelines for all of that need to be put in place in collaboration between Lagos State government and NMDPRA, so that it is all done in a very, very well structured manner. So thank you very much, and I hope we'll be able to share some knowledge that's beneficial to you. Thank you very much.
And then power on some side.
Thank you. I want to speak on the permitting bit that Yemisola asked questions about. Again, just to leave something for Lagos State to factor into the conversation, or even the gas master plan. So right now, we have a situation where the permitting process is very long and very tedious. And there are different layers, including some at the federal level, some at the state, and some state to the local government, the communities, and all that. If the intention is to incentivize investment and get people to invest in gas distribution infrastructure, something has to be done about that to streamline that process. We have a life experience right now where a customer is waiting on the other end, and what is holding us from connecting that customer to gas is the licensing and permitting process. So something like that is in the context of the discussion around gas master plan, something Lagos State government need to think of and connect with the different regulatory agencies, either in the state or at the federal level, to find a way to streamline that, so that an investor who wants to connect customers to gas knows that once I go through this process, first the period that it takes to start from process from the start to finish, to shrink it and then the cost of it as well, because again, you go from the layer to layer, every level you go, there's a cost element to it. That also adds to the cost, the total cost of investment in the gas distribution infrastructure. Again, the objective of coming into the business or going to business is to make money, and it has to be, for it to be investable, there has to be profit. So the more cost you add, the more you take away from the profits, the more unattractive it is for potential investors to come in. And also, just one last word on the pricing as well, because this comes up in almost every forum. Today, right now, in terms of the cost of energy, natural gas is the cheapest. We have a customer that we're talking to is currently burning diesel, and we're talking to the customer to move to natural gas, and he's still trying to negotiate the price and saying he wants the price to be almost half of what it is today. But what he's paying on diesel to generate power is almost double. So like Subit said, it's you are getting a discount to move to a cleaner fuel, which is also more efficient, and the cost of even operating your facility will be reduced because you are running a cleaner fuel. So all that is an element that we need to consider, because if we don't look at the upstream operator who needs the cost to be reflected, I mean the price to reflect his cost. If you keep beating down the price, to get to a point where the upstream operator will not be able to invest and produce and bring gas into the market. So that is also something that we need to have at the back of our mind. And then last word, Shell Nigeria Gas, we've been in this business, been in this environment for 20 plus years. We see ourselves as critical stakeholders and partners both to the Lagos State government and other players in the market. And we are available to continue to partner with the state. But of course, we will talk about investment. It requires a lot of capital. In some of these things, you can't go at it. You can't go it alone. You need to partner other people, and we'll find a way to collaboratively work to deliver things. So things like gas infrastructure require partnering, and we are available to do that.
Thank you very much. I hope this has been a fruitful and engaging session for you all. So on that note, we will round up. I'd like to say
thank you so much, sir. Please, can we give them another round of applause? At this point, on behalf of Lagos State Government and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we appreciate you for honoring our invitation, and would like to do a little presentation to you, sirs.
Thank you very much.
So, I'll call on Engineer Shane Fadore to do the presentation. Engineer Fadore.
To help us with presentation, I'd like to respectfully invite the Special Advisor to the Governor of Ondo State on Power. Join me as I welcome Engineer Johnson Alabi as he comes up to do presentation to all our panelists and moderators for this session. Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of the Commissioner and the Ministry of Minerals and Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this to you.
I'll start off with Mr. Abi Alebiosu.
Don't go yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, so on behalf of the Commissioner, I present this to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Sonet Singh.
Engineer Sunday Wale.
Yes, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Mr. Ralph.
Is one representing Moji that get on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, just give us.
Engineer Gbega Komalafe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Nobet. So we'll take a group photograph now. all our panelists and, of course, the moderator for this session.
Thank you so much, sirs. Please, let's give them a round of applause, please.
Can we please applaud all our panelists and, of course,
okay, so for the next breakout session,
also
we'll have people talking about technical solutions for underserved and unserved areas. And our resource persons for this session
is clear transportation,
we have
alternative energy for clear transportation.
Omale, HC, Energy and Transport, Benue State.
Moderating this session and, of course, panelists for this session. All right, I'll be starting off with the panelists for this session. We have the MD PCNG. I have Mr. Michael Oluwagbemi. Mr. Michael Oluwagbemi, MD. Can we applaud him as he comes up?
Our first resource person for this session is
Michael Oluwagbemi.
Omale.
We also have
the Honorable Commissioner, Energy and Transport for Benue State. Welcome, sir.
Asiko Energy.
Sir? You're the resource person, sir.
Hello.
Then we also have Abba Aliyu, MD Rural Electrification Agency. That's the second resource person for this session. Abba Aliyu, MD Rural Electrification Agency. Okay, so our panelists for this session, we have Mr. Lunge Yesufu, GM Seplat Energy PLC. Is he in the house? Can you indicate if you're around? Lunge Yesufu, GM Seplat Energy PLC.
We'll also like to welcome the representative of the MD Lamata.
Moki.
The MD Lamata, that's engineer Mrs. Abimbola Akinjo.
Wow.
And of course, we'd like to invite for the resource person for this breakout session. We'd like to invite the President CEO Ohando Clean Energy.
MD
welcome Ademola Okobanjo.
When we have Mr. Muhyiddin Oladapo.
Can we applaud him,
Being
please?
Cost Solution Limited.
And of course, joining this is also the
moderator for this session is Engineer Suleiman Baba Munu, MD Rocky Mountain Institute.
Mr. Nobet is coming back to the same panel.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. I don't know what's happening. Oh, sorry. Okay.
So I'd like one to please settle down for this panel as we will be having another engaging conversation.
Our resource person will start first and our moderator will take over.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a slide? If it's up, I'll be fine. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the section. My name is Honorable Barrister Omale, Commissioner for Power, Renewable Energy and Transport, Benue State. A privilege to be in section at this Lagos Energy Summit, courtesy of my colleague, Commissioner, and the team that put them together. At the breakout section, we will be looking at bridging the energy divide looking at technical and infrastructural solution for unserved and underserved areas. Let me just, by way of a remark, emphasize the fact that as we'll be looking at the situation in Lagos, it stands out for every other subnational we have in Nigeria, because the case for unserved and underserved communities is one and same, and hence the technical and infrastructural challenge and the solution we attempt to profile.
I'd like to also call the CEO Ochenwell.
So on that note, we can now take it up. Okay. Which with all right.
The CEO Ochenwell.
We have seen the efforts of the
Mobility
federal
Solutions.
government
Mr.
identifying
Emmanuel
the
John.
fact that
Mr. Emmanuel
is
John. Oh, please.
epicenter
You're
for
welcome. Can we please applaud him, please?
formation, and every effort of government
Thank you.
over the time is directed at enhancing the energy supply so that socioeconomic activities can peak. A concentration over the times.
So I'd like to request that we please occupy the seats in front
Concentration
of
over
us
the
so we
time
don't
has
have
been measuring
scanty
on
row,
urban
please.
center.
Thank you very much.
That notwithstanding,
Occupy the seats in
we
front
also
so we
see
don't have a scanty row.
that our rural communities are
very
largely
As I will hand over
impacted,
to
not in the
the
positive
resource
light as we
person
can
and of
have
course
them
the
in urban
moderator for
center.
this session. Thank you.
Lagos being the formal capital of Nigeria enjoys series of attention, and when we engage in rural electrification activities, there is this whole lot of issue that is Lagos in the class that can take benefit of this. And then I can see my colleague commissioner laboriously driving home the fact that there are still rural communities within Lagos.
Okay. Good morning,
that are
everybody.
grappling
I hope
with
you can hear me.
Deficiency.
Can you all hear me?
And their strive is to
Okay,
ensure
good
that
morning and
energy
welcome
access
to
is bridged up.
this second
And as we do
session
this,
on
and as we do this, there are
fuel
unserved and
transportation here in
underserved areas
it's actually a pleasure to be
where
here.
we still have
My name is
technical
Engineer
and
Usa
infrastructural barriers
I am the
that have made
Group
reliability
Advisor
of energy
planning
a
in
whole lot
Lamata.
of
I am
difficult.
presenting the
And then we
Managing
attempt to
Director,
look at unserved
Engineer Mrs.
areas
Abimbola
within the context
on
of this
this
conversation. Those with no access to
before
the grid areas
like to
with
give
no grid connection or formal electricity
opportunity
supply.
to say a word or two.
Underserved area might be connected, but then the associated challenge is that they suddenly have stable or reliable energy for them to do their work. So we have poor reliability and insufficient energy supply. And often this is limited to a few hours in a day and in times when they do their work. This is not just a technical issue, it has an impact on both social economic activities, because we know that power and energy, the sufficiency of it drives home all our activities.
The CEO of Ochenwell Mobility Solutions, as well as Senior Transport Consultant.
So we have it attended consequences where we don't have energy in our rural communities.
I am the Group General Manager of ASICO Energy.
Right, the energy access landscape. You can see that from the slides that the World Bank had put it about like 85 million Nigeria. Roughly about 40% of our population lack energy access, as we now measure on the national grid. Lagos being the Nigeria Economic Center still grapple with pockets of inaccessible power supply.
Good morning. It's good to be here again. My name is Norbert Shelsuk. I'm the lead partner for EcoCity Advisory.
That applies to other cities across the country. We need solutions that are fit for the context so that we can scale up tailored solution as we attempt to bridge this energy gap using Lagos as a case study.
Energy. So let me
now the infrastructure and technical landscape. Looking at the challenges that confront underserved and unserved communities. The infrastructural challenges, one of them we have identified is that grid extension limitation. You have the video for you to grant energy to unserved community. The cost of transmission and distribution network is on the high side, and then being a commodity as peak, it will be a little difficult for them to be returned on investment, and so it is for a negative consideration. We are grappling with that. Then right of ways issue, land dispute and environmental restraint. All this are associated to grid extension paraventure as a state or subnational who are desirous of granting energy access using the national grid. This challenge confronts us. Then you have weak and overload network. This applies to every other places where you have many urban slums that suffer from our updated distribution infrastructure. We have heard presentation from technical angle where they tell us the need for regular maintenance and the need to strengthen both distribution and transmission network. So as you attempt to extend energy access to underserved communities, we are confronted with obsolete infrastructure that impair what we do. And then thirdly, we have also identified as one of the infrastructural challenge poor asset visibility and planning. Right? At the just concluded section, we heard and we maintain, even in this session, that data is key to planning and then to realizing all our goals for energy access to underserved and unserved community. But one of the technical challenges is incomplete and outdated data on load demand. Even when you have it, there will be an improvement, and these data are
alternative
not
solutions to mobility.
So my name is Abimbola Kenja, Managing Director of Lamata. A year ago, we signed an MOU with Owando with a mindset that we would introduce electric buses, and also they would roll out charging infrastructure for it.
Just to make sure that when we roll out fully, it's sustainable.
On Tuesday, 23rd of May 2023, Nigeria's first electric mass transit buses were launched in Lagos State as part of a 90-day proof of concept, which successfully came to an end on Monday, 9th of October 2023. The two deployed buses for the proof of concept phase have operated on such routes as Oshodi to Obalende, Oshodi to Costain, Oshodi to Abulegba, and Oshodi to Ikorodu.
What we've done here is to ensure that as we take on these new forms of transport, electric buses, we apply them to the most rigorous routes with the largest passenger mass to really test them.
With over 42,800 kilometers covered and an average drive time of 14 hours per day, carrying over 73,000 passengers in 90 days, we have prevented the use of 21,000 liters of diesel and mitigated over 57.8 tons of CO2 emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of mobility is electric, and that future is here. Our goal is to support Nigeria in achieving her net zero ambition by 2060 as we roll out electric vehicles and charging infrastructure across the country, state after state. We will deploy renewable energy solutions and natural gas.
But I can see all subnational effort taking a cue from the presidential
Today, there are both commercial and environmental arguments for why Nigeria must transition from a transport system powered by diesel and petrol to an electric mass transit system. With the adverse impact of a deregulated diesel and petrol market on the cost of transportation biting so hard, Nigerians are seeking alternatives.
Underserved and unserved community. Limited integration of renewable, right? The Electricity Act talks about energy mix, but again, the infrastructure we have before now might not necessarily
for why Nigeria must transition from a transport system powered by diesel and petrol to an electric mass transit system. With the adverse impact of a deregulated diesel and petrol market on the cost of transportation biting so hard, Nigerians are seeking alternative solutions to mobility.
So my name is Abimbola Kenja, Managing Director of Lamata. A year ago, we signed an MOU with Owando with a mindset that we would introduce electric buses, and also they would roll out charging infrastructure for it.
Just to make sure that when we roll out fully, it's sustainable.
On Tuesday, 23rd of May 2023, Nigeria's first electric mass transit buses were launched in Lagos State as part of a 90-day proof of concept, which successfully came to an end on Monday, 9th of October 2023. The 2 deployed buses for the proof of concept phase have operated on such routes as Oshodi to Obalende, Oshodi to Costain, Oshodi to Abulegba, and Oshodi to Ikorodu.
What we've done here is to ensure that as we take on these new forms of transport, electric buses, we apply them to the most rigorous routes with the largest passenger mass to really test them.
With over 42,800 kilometers covered and an average drive time of 14 hours per day, carrying over 73,000 passengers in 90 days, we have prevented the use of 21,000 liters of diesel and mitigated over 57.8 tons of CO2 emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of mobility is electric, and that future is here. Our goal
using any of this identified intervention approach.
Whether it's the inadequacy of our roads, which is why you see.
Now, the second one is geospatial mapping and load profiling. By the time we use GIS, to identify and map up unserved communities. It will enable more strategic deployment of solutions. So we have to be very conscious of, what to do and how to go about them. You allow discos and project developers to prioritize electrification zones with a high cost of social economic impact. If you do this, you would have designed your energy market in a way and manner that private developers and investors can look at it and take it out from there. Lagos State can develop a state electrification atlas for better planning. And I understand that, yes, by the planning of Lagos State, this data is well on their table. And as now that they have designed their energy market, every prospective investor can just pick and choose. They already have a data, and then they can identify which of the communities they can deploy this solution.
As a country, all public transportation will be electrified by 2060.
Oh, my slide.
And then a year after that, publication came out, or was it about maybe 18 months there, about a new government came into office, because this was Buhari's tenure. But by the time the new administration came into office.
Then another form of intervention we have identified is smart metering and customer enumeration.
All of it, by 2060.
Okay, as you design the energy market, once from experience, some of the meters that we have are not necessarily protecting energy theft and accurate of energy usage by the household. So therefore, we have also identified that if we need to intervene, then we must design smart metering and then proper customer enumeration so that we can deploy this solution to unserved and underserved community. You roll out your smart partial meters, and then this smart partial meter will allow for load capping, and then again you undertake technical and customer enumeration to map actual energy demand of those rural communities, be them unserved and underserved community. And then with geotap customer enumeration, DISCO can better understand. They can better understand usage pattern for ease of, shading for available energy in this underserved and rural communities. This isn't just about billing tools. It is fundamental for demand management and customer empowerment. All that is to create traction for underserved, for investment in underserved and unserved communities. We have also identified again distribution infrastructure upgrade. We agree we identify one of the infrastructural challenges as obsolete distribution or transmission network. So we have to be deliberate in replacing failing transformer and upgrade low voltage line in underserved community. Introduce modular substation where low density justify investment. Right, you can see that from the contact point from substation to some communities, the distance is much. So even if you want to do energy, distribution extension, you will attract more energy lost, and at the end you will not achieve the purpose for which you do. So it is recommended again that a substation can also be set up closer to underserved community to strengthen energy efficiency. Implement ring fencing of feeders to insulate and manage underserved zone more effectively. All this again we have identified as area of intervention that can relatively stabilize energy supply to underserved and unserved communities within Lagos State and every other states in the country. Right. Number 5, we have seen intolerable technical standard. Of course, by regulation, all this can be addressed and managed as we attempt to grant energy to unserved and underserved communities within Lagos State. Now, the technical solution cannot stand alone. They need strong policy, financing, and human capacity. Even the best technology fails without policy and financial backing. Right? Then the key enablers for us to achieving all this have been identified and enumerated in this slide. Power is capital intensive, and as the state say, Lagos State attempt to address energy inefficiency in our underserved and unserved community, you can take it away that the technical solution we identify in previous slides alone cannot address the issue. And then to get us into a better solution for unserved and underserved community, we advocate for a public-private partnership, a PPP arrangement, where government can de-risk investment by providing land policy support and matching grant. That can also help. And result-based financing used in rural solar programs can be replicated in urban slum electrification. And again, for regulatory certainty, the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission mini-grid regulation and the Lagos State Electricity 2023, now 2023, and that of Lagos State 2025, they provide legal backing for decentralized electrification efforts. Aligning with this framework, we ensure smoother permitting and implementation of energy or smart energy solution to underserved and unserved communities in Lagos State and beyond. And again, funding and subsidy. You can rely on any other means available to incentivize developer to serve high-risk or low-income areas. And then collaboration with rural electrification agency, donor agency, we already have fund before now to assess, to grant energy asset to underserved or unserved community will also do. And then we have also identified again that your local workforce development. Of course, we kept talking about wants of capacity. And the available capacity is concentrated at the urban center, and then we need to personalize energy solution for unserved community. And the way we personalize it is to make them know the importance of the intervention and get their buy-in. Once you have their buy-in, they can now own and drive this program. So again, you train local technicians and artisans to manage, install and operate and maintain new infrastructure, especially in solar, batteries and smart grid system within this rural community. Think of energy entrepreneur who can manage mini-grid, troubleshooting faults and off-pay-as-you-go services. Some of this local work, some of this intervention can be locally identified and then locally empowered so that they can own this project. And by the time this happens, it will reduce ultimately the cost of the deployment of solution to underserved and unserved community and create the necessary traction for investors.
Electric stations in that region, and then now use the electric stations to charge buses that will run that road.
Now, a case study. Sorry, please. A case study. We look at unserved and underserved community in Lagos State from the. We have seen their concerted efforts to addressing energy solution in some of the unserved community, some of the urban, suburban communities. Magodo, there are jazzes, they have done some work and they have identified for themselves Lagos Solar Project. They equip over 180 public schools and primary health center with solar PV system. These are special case solution or energy solution deployed to both public schools and primary health center in Lagos State. You can see Bano solar hybrid mini grid in Ogun State. And then the Makoko Lagos, a pilot project using floating solar unit to bring light to infamous waterfront communities. Here you find it very difficult to deploy, to extend any energy infrastructure because of the high cost. So therefore, you can look at a floating solar unit. Lagos is exploring that around these houses. So the use of handheld GPS tools and mobile service to identify potential off-grid solution for waterfront communities. Once this is done, then you can direct energy solution that meet specific needs of our rural communities. So these are some of the case studies we can see here in Lagos, Ogun State, and in Benue. We have also identified, we are also deployed some standalone or off-grid solution to our rural communities. Conclusion. Can you help me my slide, please? All right. Yeah, that's all that I have said. So all we need to do is to take both steps to resolve the infrastructural bottlenecks that we have identified and the governance framework that can unlock private sector innovations with smart planning, collaboration, and execution. We can make Lagos a model state for inclusive energy asset. And let us build a Lagos where no one is left out. That has been the cry of the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources in Lagos State. He identified the challenge, the topographical challenge. That notwithstanding, they are committed to granting energy access to all in Lagos State like every other state in Nigeria. A call to action to facilitate a cross-sectoral cooperation, embrace data-led implementation, and then implement a scalable and inclusive infrastructural investment. As an enabler, the state does this, and then the energy market of Lagos will be open for prospective investors, and then there will be power access to all the people in Lagos State, and that will spin socio-economic activities that will engender good government in in Lagos State. On that note, I say thank you for listening and the opportunity to share our thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Please, can we give him another round of applause? You are the moderator, sir. Oh, no. Sorry. Okay. So the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning. Is it morning? Yeah, still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Mr. O'Malley, for the very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Suleiman Babamanu. Thanks to the organizers and the Lagos State government, they've just given me a promotion to the managing director at RMI. So now I'm not the MD at RMI, I'm the country director. So maybe when I get promoted, I will give you that feedback so we can all celebrate. Thank you for making the time to attend this session. Really excited to sort of have a conversation on technical solutions for unserved and underserved locations in Nigeria, and looking forward to a fruitful conversation. How much time do we have?
We're running out of time because we are.
Yeah, so what are we looking at so that I know how to 20. Okay, I'll try and prioritize. Just to provide a context, my organization, RMI, is a non-profit organization based out of Colorado in the U.S. We're present in 70 countries. We are over 700 staff. Our mission is transforming global energy systems to secure clean, prosperous, zero-carbon future for all. We've been present in Nigeria since 2017. This is about 7 years now, and we have collaborated with different government entities, the REA, the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, some state governments like Lagos. We have several conversations with His Excellency the Honorable Commissioner in looking at how we can support the state government to, hit their target of electrification in the state. When we talk about energy energy access, and especially as we talk about unserved and underserved locations in Nigeria. It's not necessarily only about infrastructural development. When we talk about energy, we're talking about economic growth, we're talking about education, we're talking about healthcare, job creation. And as we've seen from many presentations throughout this summit, we don't need to talk about the huge number of people that don't have access to electricity. And, you know, it goes beyond just a single entity or a disco or a developer to be able to provide that solution. It requires a lot of collaboration, and I feel like anytime we come together in summit like this, there exists that we have everyone present who is able to sort of, if we're able to work together, we can actually address all of these concerns. So today, we have an interesting panel members. Of course, as you've heard from the Honorable Commissioner from Benue State, Mr. Omale, we also have two very respectful panelists. My former colleague, we used to work with Queen back in the REA when I used to work with the Rural Education Agency. She's representing Stimaco. Please give her a round of applause. I also have Mr. Muhyiddin, who is from Being Cost Integrated Solutions, and these two companies are both involved in metering and smart solutions. And I like the fact that Mr. Muhyiddin was asking questions about, I think, on the previous panel about solutions on energy theft. And it's one of the questions I was actually going to throw at him, so it's good that you brought it up yourself. So, but before I go into that, I know we don't have so much time, but I'm really wanting to give you some, like very quickly, just to give the audience some background about your respective companies. We can start with you, Mr. Muhyiddin, and then you can hand over to, so just very quickly introduce yourself, your company, what you do, and then, we can go into the conversation. Thank you.
Energy solution for us, that's something that drives the system, the economy, one-way transit.
My name is Muhyiddin.
The way I see it, that's where the
officer of
autogas,
Being Cost
the application of gas,
is a mini grid
power
developer
generation,
and EPC partners to other renewable energy companies.
So it is good.
We built several mini
seen,
grids
especially
in Niger Delta, and
the
it's very functional and operating and also consulting for other renewable energy companies. Our head office is in Lagos here, Ikeja, and we work across Nigeria.
Given that
outside Nigeria.
the infrastructure itself that supports this system have to be developed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about my voice.
Some of these solutions
talking and breathing at the same time, so try to speak a bit slower. But my name is Queen Akobon, and I'm representing my MD, Elu Kile Ziba,
trillions
right now here, where she sends her greetings.
As a matter of
well,
fact,
at Stimaco, I work as sales and marketing operations manager. So Stimaco, basically, we are here to offer value proposition that enables utilities to get paid for the power that they supply. I mean, it doesn't make sense to generate and distribute power if you're not able to get your revenue back from the end user. So we do this through advanced metering infrastructure. We have a very robust Internet of Things metering software that we pair with the hardware, and we are situated in over, we provide solutions to over,
and then
to developers in over 20
within the country to resolve all of this. But the fact remains that we need to acknowledge the fact that those deficits are there. Then coming to electrofuel. So electrofuel is it's simple, and then the way I see it, the same thing that affects everything that we have been discussing also affect this, even at a larger scale. So electrofuel is basically synthetic fuel being produced by converting renewable to chemical energy. You're converting renewable energy to chemical energy. And then I will just try to explain that a little bit further so that we understand what I'm trying to say, and then we understand the challenges and how this can also help us to move the transportation, industry and the business forward. Hydrogen generation, as a matter of fact, is best produced from renewable energy. So when you try to produce hydrogen using internal combustion engine or using turbine, gas-fired turbine, is kind of value disruption. Imagine a situation whereby you have to run a 1 megawatt engine to produce a 1 megawatt engine to produce a 250 kg of hydrogen that will ultimately be used to produce just 600 kilowatts of power. So there is value disruption in that process. So the best way, which is what the Europeans have adopted, is that they would go onto the sea and install wind turbines. So each of the wind turbine may range between, say, 10 megawatts to 20 megawatts. So what tends to happen is that at the time when the tide is heavy, the breeze is heavy on the sea, the wind turbine tend to, operate maximally and produce power maximally. So that power, the peak shaving, the excess power that is being generated is now harnessed to produce hydrogen, through the electrolysis, breaking your hydrogen from your oxygen. Then you produce your hydrogen, then you store your hydrogen. So it is in a way to store energy. There are several ways you can store energy. You can use your battery to store energy, charge your battery, and when the power is not there, take the energy from the battery and use it for whatever you want to use it for. So this is using hydrogen right now. So you have used the excess power from the wind turbine in this case to produce your hydrogen that you store. So at the time when the production is down, the tide is low, the sea breeze is very low, then you pick your hydrogen, run it through your fuel cells engine, and generate additional power to compensate for that deficit. So you see the production that you get from the wind turbine following a pattern like this. So there are times that the generation will be high, there are times that the generation will be low. So the hydrogen that you had produced when the generation is high and you have stored will kick in to compensate for when the production is low. So that is the application. So this is, how should I put it now, good when you are using renewable. When you turn away from renewable to, say, maybe your gas-fired system, it is value disruption. You are not going to get the best out of it and all that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Engineer Dr. John. We're talking about, it seems like we are concentrating a little bit on just land transportation, but we know that it's not just about land transportation. It's about rail, it's about scooters, it's about water transportation, and in all of this, there are concerns, there are safety concerns in all of this. And so we don't want to be blind. So I want to come to you to speak about what you believe are the safety concerns that we should guard against, those concerns. And also, whilst you're talking about it, to also talk about monitoring and evaluation, how we measure the effectiveness of all these things that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. permit me to touch briefly on one area that I think would be appreciated in the context of the entire conversation, which is, again, land. Is related to land transport. The enormity of the problem. For instance, we have about 60 million registered vehicles. Between a quarter and 1/3 of that vehicle are in Lagos. 80% of vehicles imported to Benin Republic are coming to Nigeria. We have 115 unmanned borders. And so those vehicles come in illegally, many of them not registered. 70% of the vehicles imported to Togo are coming to Nigeria. And these are UN Habitat statistics based on a study done in 2018. Now, beyond that, we have one of the oldest fleet age in Africa, both in terms of importation and usage. In fact, the Federal Road Safety Corps says 90% of trucks in Nigeria are 30 years old and above. And all of these are dependent on fossil fuel, which means we need a very strategic transition that is massive to take us out of that mess. It is within that framework that the net zero CO2 emission by 2050 is hinged, which goes in line with the electrification of public transport across Nigeria. And so when we shift and the focus goes to CNG, I had the privilege of talking with the MD of the PICNG during one of our programs at the World Bank recently, where we presented an outcome of an analysis we did using Lagos as a case study. And it proved that electrification is a better option, not only by the different indices that we see, but in the long term. We did an analysis comparing data from Lagos, not even from elsewhere, place it within our system, and it gave us that clear map that rather than go CNG for powering transportation, it is better to go electric. And I was asking, if our vision is net zero, is carbon neutral by 2050 in transport, CNG is not carbon neutral. And that is why each of the different fuels we are considering, we must also be looking at that 2050 because we have not reversed that vision which Nigeria has. And I think that should be in the context of the various conversations that we'll have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Please go on.
Okay, beyond that, like somebody said, we are a nation of policies. So much vision, so much directions, so much documents, but many times these things are in the pipeline. They are joined into the gas and put in the pipeline. And sometimes it lasts longer in the pipeline that the values are lost. And so, for instance, methanol, Nigeria has a very good vision that says by 2025, we should generate 100% of our methanol to power power vehicles in Nigeria. Now, we did that. A pilot was proposed that we use M15 to mix methanol and use it for a pilot scheme, taking advantage of one or two cities. And none of such such a practicalization is going on because we have so much. And so there is a need for a strategic monitoring and evaluation by a combination of stakeholders that will enhance the delivery of course, harmonization of policies and delivery of each so that we can have maximum output that will deliver our overall vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very interesting one when you talk about electric vehicles, electric buses being the best mode or being the best alternative fuel to use. And the question I want to throw at you, Engineer John, is that we know that the cost of electric buses are very high. We also know that till date there isn't any environmentally friendly way of disposing batteries. So therein lies my next question, because all our studies till date looking at biogas as an alternative to powering our buses show that, for instance, biogas is better than CNG. Biogas is, for want of a better word, produces a lot of other things that we require in our state for agriculture. So, for instance, the production of biogas, one of the byproducts, I won't call it byproducts, one of the products is digestate, which is used as fertilizer. So the feeders we get, the studies that we've conducted, speaks to the fact that biogas is a very viable option for utilizing our 13,000 tons of waste in Lagos daily into renewable energy transportation fuels that will power our buses. So what do you say with regards to this, the cost of the electric bus, as well as the environmental issues with regards to battery disposal?
Thank you very much. I'm happy with that question, particularly because far back 2018, I was in Germany and we paid visit to a number of electric vehicle factories and had conversation on battery. When I came back, I had a conversation with Jelani Aliu, who was the managing director of National Automotive Design and Development Council then. We had a conversation on battery swapping rather than charging stations, which is a growing practice currently across many countries, particularly Germany, where I've had a stint. And that reduces the need for you bearing the burden of cost. If you, for instance, a battery swapping station is here and everyone around here decides to subscribe to it, you don't own your battery. You simply come and in 3 minutes it is changed and a new battery is put for you and you keep using it. And the byproducts are used by the same company for other products. And to that extent, there are no losses. And you continue to renew using the battery that you have subscribed to in that factory. And so we made that suggestion to Jelani Aliu. We even organized a study tour, but that didn't work eventually before his tenure ended, and we're having that conversation with them. So yes, electric vehicles are expensive, no doubt. But if you put together the overall benefit of having it compared to the cost, then you receive your value. And this is what the World Bank did. In comparing those overall costs, the lifespan of the vehicle, the maintenance, and all of the different costs that goes with it, put together and put side by side with other options, then you see that you have an advantage, apart from the fact that the emission level is at the lowest.
Okay, the timekeeper has told me that I have just 5 minutes for our discussion before I throw the floor open to questions. With all of this, we've touched on a very important topic now, which is finance. Because with us looking at alternative fuels, there is a need to finance it. Whether we're talking about CNG, we need to finance the buses, we need to finance infrastructure, we need to finance electric buses and the charging station. If we talk about biogas, we need to finance the plants and all of that. What would you say, and I'm throwing this open to Owando, I'm throwing it open to Asika, and I'm also Norbert. What kind of, because government isn't going to do it on its own, so what kind of PPP model, what kind of financing plan, what would you say about this need for financing and how we can get it and how we can implement so that we don't have things in the pipeline. We have things implemented.
Thank you very much. Where there is policy inconsistency and there is behavior that contradicts policy, financing is skittish. One of the issues that we have, even with this conversation, is that we seem to have lost the context of the discourse itself. We're speaking to clean energy for transportation. CNG cannot be in that equation. It's not clean. It's not as dirty as diesel or petrol, but it's not clean. It emits carbon when it's combusted. Same with biofuels. The only difference, however, is that biofuels is said to be carbon neutral because trees and organic matter absorb carbon from the atmosphere. When you then process them into fuels and you start to burn them, they will release that carbon back into the atmosphere. Although by the time you then calculate how you process, the material into fuel, but we don't quite go into it. We just say they're carbon neutral. But even biofuels itself is not the real answer to a decarbonized transportation system in the world, whether Lagos or anywhere else. However, fossil fuels, that's the difference, is fossil that is in the ground, that you have gone to bring out, and now you are combusting. So you are creating new carbon. That's the difference between fossil fuels and biofuel. The fad that gas is readily available to us, therefore let's pivot to gas transportation, is actually not correct. We're a gas-rich nation, no doubt, but that gas is in the ground. The reason we flare gas is not because we're wasteful, it's because we don't have the infrastructure to commercialize it. We haven't made that investment. Gas is not readily available. Most of the gas we produce in Nigeria is re-injected or burnt. That's flared. We only make money from about 34% of the gas that we generate. What this means is simple. We need money to democratize gas supply within our system. That same money, we can use it to develop electric transportation systems. And it is because gas is a transition fuel that we recognize today that any transport system you build on energy that is considered transition fuel becomes obsolete from day one. So when CNG then becomes no longer accepted as transition fuel, we have finished the transition, what do you do with that vehicle you have converted to CNG? You reconvert it to what? Why are we wasting resources? Data that came out from CNG said that nearly $400 million over the last 12 months been spent on this program. Adoption has increased. There have been nearly 200 conversion centers. Those centers should be charging centers. Let's not misunderstand the conversation. The conversation is about decarbonizing transportation. When I'm having finance conversations with the likes of IFC, IFU, EBRD, they're asking me about how I intend to power the chargers. When I tell them that I will power the chargers using grid, solar, battery, gas generator, they don't want to hear it. My grid is 74% powered by gas. But I say to them, but gas is a transition fuel. They don't want to fund it because they want 360 degrees clean energy. It's solar, it's battery, it's hydrogen, but hydrogen is a no-go today because it's not cheap, particularly if it's green hydrogen. My point is this. What we're looking to do is to decarbonize transportation. Why is that important? Because it's a huge contributor to carbon emissions. And we have committed as a nation to go net zero by 2060. Lagos State made that same commitment for 2050. That's a decade earlier. So the solutions we should be coming up with are solutions that work in tandem with the commitments that we have made. When we come up with those solutions, money will show up. Well-priced, patient money. You get a loan of $1 billion that's priced at 6%, and you can pay back over a 15 to 20-year period, whether you're government or you're a private sector player. But there must be incentives as well, which are the things that then speak to the capital cost for the infrastructure. When I imported the buses that we're using with Lagos State, electric buses, in a nation that's committed to net zero by 2060, I paid 87 million naira clearing those buses. I shouldn't have had to. The government needs to align their behavior with the policies and commitments that they have published. The financing or capital providing world will see this and then take us more seriously. Money has never really been the issue. It is the inconsistency that we show that just makes money a little shy. Even for you as a personal user of banking system, if your salary is good, it's consistent, your banks will be chasing you, come and collect this loan, come and collect that loan. It's the same thing. Money is looking for business opportunities, but there must be consistency.
So I agree with you. You know that we've had conversations about this kind of topic, but let me move over to Asiko. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Ademola already, gave some of my points. So, the financing that we're talking about, speaking to the high cost of procurement and all that, should be seen from two sides. The first one being the funding requirements for the investor. So somebody that want to go into the business, want to bring in the equipment, the buses, want to set up the charging station, want to set up hydrogen production plant and all that. So that's the first side. The second side is the end user. So somebody that just want to buy the vehicle, that want to commute himself from his or her home to the office, or just want to do ride-hailing services, the Uber of this world, the Taxify, and the rest. So the man that is setting up the business, goes to the IFC, goes to the World Bank to secure the loan, and then he's setting up the businesses. But for the man that wants to buy a 1.4-liter engine that will just take him and his family to church, come back to mosque, come back to the office and all that, would want probably a well-structured arrangement, and that's the part I will kind of speak to. The way I see it, I think it can be tackled by using equity debt spread arrangement. So when you are buying it, you don't probably have to drop the entire money, and then the government must have, given the incentives like he mentioned, accepted some fee while the vehicles are coming in, so that reduce the selling price, the landing cost, and the selling price. So when the man is buying it, maybe you just have to drop 25%. 25% have been taken care of due to the incentives and the exemptions, and then the remaining 50% is paid over a period of time, which will be guaranteed by his banker, obligo, co-obligo, and all that. So I think that's the better arrangement. Yeah. Okay, I'll quickly come to you, Norbert.
Okay.
So can we just do it in 1 minute because we don't have time and we've got to go to the
Thank you very much. I've heard the MD of Owando Electric, very passionate about electric vehicles. And I understand his passion and I understand where he's going, but we must not forget one thing. Energy transition has to be fair, it has to be balanced. The nations that he has gone to that have the funding to provide and are saying, no, I won't give you money when you're doing gas projects or you want to drill a well or whatever, generated their funds from selling fossil fuels. The biggest trust fund in the sovereign wealth fund in the world is the Norwegian Trust Fund, over $2 trillion that's invested in all the major banks and so on. They made their money selling crude oil, right? And so Nigeria today has about 35 billion barrels of oil, right? That oil at 25% recovery factor might last us just 30 to 40 years. Don't forget that crude oil is our main source of income as a country. So if you're looking at Nigeria's GDP, if you're looking at how much money Nigeria generates, 90 to 95% of that comes from crude oil. So the survival of Nigeria as a nation is dependent on its ability to sell that oil. Beyond the oil, Nigeria has 210 trillion cubic feet of gas. What do we do with that gas if we don't introduce initiatives to utilize that gas, which includes CNG for transport? Beyond that, Nigeria has 12.8 million vehicles in circulation. 47% of those vehicles are PMS vehicles. 52% or thereabout, 50% or thereabout are diesel vehicles, right? The short-term measure is to be able to convert those vehicles to CNG. It'll be impossible, near impossible, to convert those vehicles to electric. And so, which means the transition plan for Nigeria has to be balanced, has to be strategic, has to be phased. The short term, introduce CNG to convert existing vehicles. In the near term, introduce mass transit systems based on electric buses and gas buses. Nigerians love to travel long distance. I know everybody goes by air right now, but a lot of Nigerians still travel to Akure or Abuja by bus. That requires a long distance bus. The farthest an electric bus can go is 250 kilometers. And so which means every 250 kilometers, I need to have a charging station, right? Our grid is unstable. How do we ensure sustainability of this network of charging stations? And so this is where you now mix it up. So for short distance, intercity transport, you can use electric buses. For long distance travel, you use LNG buses and LNG trucks that can go 1,600 kilometers, right? Dangote, in trying to reduce the price of petroleum products, has introduced gas trucks. So he has introduced 1,500 trucks in December. He's bought another 1,500, that's 3,000. With that, he's able to reduce the price of petroleum products. So in terms of the objective, of energy transition, in terms of sustaining our livelihood as a country, we need to be balanced in our approach and mix up the energy sources.
Thank you.
Electric buses are good, but so also are CNG as a solution. So also is methanol, biogas for the matter. So it's about a mix. Countries that have succeeded, including America, including China, introducing alternative fuels, call it alternative fuel vehicles, not CNG. And if you look at it, it contains everything. Electric vehicles, methanol vehicles, LNG vehicles, so also is China. And so I think the approach has to be balanced, the approach has to be fair. We have to look at economic benefits, we have to look at the social and environmental benefits and mix it all and come up with a balanced approach. I think that should be the approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let me come to PCNG to close this discussion on financing and over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. So I would maybe directly address Mr. Demola and just lean on what...
2 minutes, please.
No problem. Lean on what Norbert has said. What he has described is what we would like to call an ideal society. 0 emissions. But are we there yet? No. We're not there yet. And it's not something that we would have jumped on immediately from the announcement of the removal of fuel subsidy. We can sit here and speak all the English we want to speak, but what is the effect on the everyday man? He's not going to stop paying 400 naira per litre for petrol and immediately be able to afford a 80 million naira 4-seater saloon car because it's electric. It's not. Whether we like it or not, we have to have a transition. Transition must be affordable, available, and sustainable. Yes, it's our plan to get there. Yes, we intend to get there. That's where we're headed to. But in the immediate terms, what does the man on the road need? Talking of finance, I have a Toyota Corolla that's a petrol car. It's going to cost me at least 70 million naira in today's Nigeria to get the cheapest affordable Chinese electric vehicle. However, I can spend 700,000, 1 million naira to convert it to CNG and immediately still be able to use that car. Will the car last me for another 10 years? No. But immediately, that's a cheaper option for me. And that's the way we should see this transition. What is the everyday man on the road able to afford? But talking of PCNG doesn't only do CNG, just let me clarify that. We also do electric vehicles, and we also look at other alternative vehicles aside the fossil fuel. So let me just clarify that. But for CNG, availability is key for us. Affordability for the everyday man, which is why I needed to mention that. We've also have a program called the CAM Fund, that's from the Credit Corps, where the everyday man can go and apply for a loan. Just go online, register, and get a loan to convert your car that you can spread it over a period of 12 to 24 months. So for right now, affordability, availability, and sustainability while we move on to cleaner sources of fuel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to apologize for our overrunning on time, but I must open the floor open. I must open it up to the public, to the floor, sorry, for questions. I would suggest we keep those questions to just 5, given that we don't have much time. So there's 1 there. There's 2, 3 in front here. Okay. 4 and 5 at the back.
Yeah, thank you so much for that section. My name is Ocean Victoria from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. My question is, how can this clean energy solution be integrated into water transportation systems, such as ferries?
We'll take all the questions, and we'll get a response.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Ashinze from the University of Lagos Energy Club. So my question is directed to everyone in the panel. So it's more of how, we have a role to play as academic institutions. We do research, but what's the plan to support research in academic institutions? Like I said, I'm from the Union Energy Club. We have various research projects we work on from time to time. But some of us, from final year projects to building amazing prototypes, there's not so much support to putting our research out there. So you mentioned various things on clean energy. We have various ideas. We've been able to modify various things to give us, to some extent, laboratory results. But we want to be able to also support this movement. So what's the plan to really help academic institutions? We have the talent, but these things can't really reach there. So what's the plan? Is there any form of support for the academic institutions? Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Afolabi Akinrogunde. Work for Shell Energy Nigeria. Had some stint in renewable energy, financing about $60 million worth of renewable energy investment in the ecosystem. So I think I have some exposure to the 2 ecosystems that we're talking about here. And I think the biggest thing for me is really around the fact that, like some members of the panel have said, in another 20 to 30 years' time, we will no longer have a lot of these buses that we're trying to convert into CNG in place. So I think the critical thing is going to be what is being done at the macro level around integration, around balancing everything as a whole, because that is, it's not going to be, at the end of the day, electric versus gas. We know we need to do the 2, but who is actually integrating that conversation to ensure, for example, that in 10, 20 years' time, the same way Molue disappeared in Lagos, when all of these buses disappear and there's nothing to fund in CNG, we still now have the electric vehicles, because
like we said, no, it's going to be, you have BYD, you have all of these things coming up. Who is integrating that conversation to ensure that we still have the funding we need to finance that transition? Because yes, even though in the long term everybody is dead, that long term is going to be there for our children and the people who are in university today who need to survive in this economy. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My question will go directly to Mr. Ademola Ogubanjo. Sir, while I understand the promise made to the people of this country by the Buhari's tenure to electrify Nigerian transport sector by 2060, as you said earlier, and the policy put forward by the Nigerian current administration to move away from the earlier promise by introducing CNG as a suitable alternative. So is Mr. Mr. Ademola Ogubanjo saying that we should have stick to our earlier commitment of using electric energy to power and charge our transportation sector? And also, I would like to put forward why I feel that CNG is a better means and also suitable means to power our transport sector. First of all, CNG abundance in nature. First, we have about 29.26 trillion cubic feet of CNG right now. Is Mr. Ademola saying we should abandon that large reserve that we have currently right now? And secondly, we're using Lagos State as a case study here. Current readiness of Lagos State right now, CNG infrastructure is still very minimal compared to the EV infrastructure, which is almost non-existent right now in Lagos State. You can't literally find, or very few EV charging stations right now. You can't find them. Now the cost, CNG is actually easier and costless. It is actually minimal to convert our cars to CNG, while the electric cars are very, very expensive and the readiness are expensive. Also, I would like to ask a question. If we are relying only on electric energy, where would we see the source to power those electric energy? Because you made a statement that CNG should not be in an equation, since CNG actually has carbon combustion, so it is not a cleaner source of energy. CNG has to be in that equation because we don't have a better alternative right now to power these electric sectors actually. So where would the energy come from if CNG is not in the equation, which is more effective and less efficient as CNG right now? Where would the energy to power this electric sector come from? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone, on the panel. You all have done a very great job today. I think I want to lean more with Mr. Ademola's. Can you hear me, please? All right. So I want to lean more with Mr. Ademola's. My name is Oluwatobi. Sorry, my name is Oluwatobi. Yeah. So I work basically in the real estate industry, but I have I'm actually doing a course in sustainable urbanization with Unilag. So I have something for sustainable energy. So I just want to quickly speak to the issues on ground. The truth is, we have invested a lot in CNG. And if we had taken that investment, I was checking what, the investment of even Germany, a country as Germany, and they have similar population. They probably have more, in terms of the number of vehicles, because sometimes when you look at those things, you look at those parities, you combine, those statistics. Now, this is a country that did about, say, 2 billion euros in investing in EV infrastructure. Right now, Nigeria already has put about $600 million, both government and private investments, into CNG. If these funds have been put into making electricity available, it would have affected a number of components of the economy all round. It won't just be that it is solving the issue of just, putting down the infrastructure, on ground, but it would also speak to the source, of that energy availability. It will do a lot, bringing up those, what do we call it, components of the economy. So what I'm saying is that it is much more profitable as a country to go into something that will help that aspect of the clean energy that you're pushing and also help other aspects of your economy, and not push something that would only, is only a stopgap. You don't build an economy based on stopgap. You build an economy based on realistic and futuristic plans.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're very, very, very short of time, and so we'll take questions. Or anybody else that's got questions might want to see members of the panel. The first question was about how we can integrate it into water transportation, and maybe I should allow Engineer John to take this question.
Thank you very much. Every mode of transport should go carbon neutral. That's a vision we already have. Now, in the water, in the maritime sector, like it was said during one of the the earlier session today, there is a strategic transition already across different countries, and Nigeria is also envisioning to go in that direction. So it is not just about ferries, but all the large ships are also transitioning. The target is that we can get out of the current fossil fuel dependency. What that means is that each state or cities that are riverine should develop their vision. I wouldn't know whether that is contained in the master plan, the Lagos master plan that was earlier discussed. If that is not the case, then it is the cities, the countries, Nigeria, and then cities that should develop their vision. And if you have a clear vision, and then you begin to target, just as it's happening on the road, it should also be happening on the water. It shouldn't be seen as a separate entity. It should be a target that everyone should be working towards. But principally, there has to be a vision. What do you want? How do you want it done? At what point do you want to totally transition and discover that you are no longer using fossil fuel?
Thank you very much, Engineer John. Thank you. Thank you. We haven't got much time. So let me allow Owando to answer the question for him.
The gentleman in black. You asked if what I'm saying is that we should abandon our gas resources. The answer is no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because it is. So first of all, let's produce oil for as long as the world is buying. Oil and gas. We produce, we make money. We produce, we make money. We use that money to prepare our economy for the future. My point, however, is that because gas is a transition fuel, so instead of converting your petrol vehicles or diesel engine vehicles to run on gas, I am saying that we should use gas to power charging stations and start introducing electric vehicles into our system. Over time, we will phase out internal combustion engine vehicles, except for those that are running on hydrogen or biofuels. That's what I am saying. And it's not particularly true that all electric vehicles can only run for 250 kilometers. We've seen electric vehicles that do 1,000 kilometers. All right? The point is, we shouldn't, to Oluwatobi's point, be spending so much money on stopgap solutions when it's not like we're that awash with cash. All right? So that's, and I hope that answers your question. So no, I'm not saying let's not make money from our gas. Let's make money from our gas, but let's just rethink the solution around transportation. But please understand something, particularly when we speak about the guy that has a car that can afford 700K to convert it to gas but can't buy a new car. Don't hate me for this, but we all don't need to buy cars if the public transport system was actually effective. What we should be focused on as government is refining our public transport system to the point where even if I can afford a car, I leave it and I was reading a magazine last week. I think you all know Harrison Ford. He's an 82-year-old American actor. He's worth $400 million. I saw a picture of him on the subway. He was on the train, sitting next to a regular New Yorker, having a conversation. That's where we should be going. But we sensationalize it when we start making emotional arguments about how about the man on the streets. He doesn't need to own a car if we work on our public transport system. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you very much for that. I think at this point we'll wrap up, but it's a good time to wrap up because you've made some very important points. So in Lagos, what are we doing? The questions here have been on how are we integrating water transportation? And I can tell you categorically that in Lagos State, there is a project called the Omeoko project that Mr. Governor has commissioned. And that project speaks to the development of our waterways using electric boats. That project is due to come live in the next year. That is, they'll start constructing, but in the next 4 years, that system will come on stream. So water transportation can very well be integrated into the mix using alternative energy. There was a talk about the academia. How can we integrate the academia into what we're doing? And I can tell you that we work very well with University of Lagos. We work very well with LASU. And we have a lot of research projects that we're doing in Lamata that involves these institutions. So if you're interested in doing something, come to Lamata and we'll speak with you, come up with projects that you can work on that will be beneficial, not just for you, but for the state. And lastly, the other guy was talking about the long-term vision. I know we spoke here about the fact that people should leave their cars at home and there should be adequate options. I want to also state that what we're doing in Lagos State, everybody would know that right now we have 2 rail lines in operation, the blue line and the red line in operation. We're developing the network even further with the green line heading from Marina all the way down to Lekki and Lekki Free Trade. We're also developing the purple line, which will be running from Volkswagen or from LASU all the way down to Redeem in Ogun State. And we're expanding our network. We're expanding our rail network. And the whole objective is to provide this alternative for people to use and drop their cars at home. So what am I saying? That alternatives are coming. They are already here. We have waterways that has been fully or has been developed even further. It's safer right now. You can use the waterways. You can use our trains. There's more to come for Lagos. We're looking at biofuels because in Lamata, we're looking to diversify our reliance or our infrastructure, our bus infrastructure, so that we don't just rely on fossil fuel, but we rely on CNG, we rely on EVs, and we're going down to biogas. So on that note, I want to thank every one of our panelists for this very, 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 very insightful and engaging discussion. Thank members of the audience. I want to thank the organizers of this fantastic platform to share our thoughts. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we can make our applause better for all our panelists and, of course, our very distinguished moderator. At this point, I'd like to invite the Special Advisor on Power to the Governor of Ondo State to please help us with presentation to all our panelists and, of course, the moderator for this session. And I'm sure you've had a very insightful time learning, looking at Lagos alternative energy for clean transportation. We'd like to start off with Mr. Emmanuel John. Mr. Emmanuel John. Thereafter was Mr. Ademola Ogubanjo. And of course, Mr. Nobet will be taken. And thereafter, our moderator, representative of the GM Lamata, Engineer Bimbola. We'll also have Michael Oluwagbemi, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. The representative of Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi. And of course, the GM operation at Siko Energy, Busayo Fabumi. Even as they will take a group photograph with the special advisor to Ondo State Governor. Can we have a group photograph now, please? Okay. Can we please applaud all our panelists and moderator? Thank you. We can keep lapping till they make their way back to their seats. Of course, we'll be going straight now for tea break, and thereafter we'll be coming back for the next section at 12:50. And this session will be looking at safer logistics for petroleum products. So please, let's make our way for tea break, and thereafter we'll be back at 12:50 for the next section. Thank you very much, and 12:50 at 12:50 we converge for the next session, and this time we'll be looking at safer logistics for petroleum products. So if you would like to learn from this session, you can please join us at 12:50. Thank you very much, and do have the very best of the summit.
sure they will give us wonderful answers to it. At some point during this session, we're going to give the opportunity to, of course, our audience to also ask questions so that we can all learn and put valid points together for a better Nigeria. So in no particular order, welcome panelists. In no particular order, I'm just going to call. Maybe I should start from my, why are you smiling? Let me start with my good friend, the NATO chairman, Alhaji Hotman. I would like to ask you a question, and which says, what role do collaborations between government agencies, transport unions, and private sector stakeholders play in promoting safe and efficient logistics of petroleum products? That's the part A of your question. The part B would be, how critical is driver and personnel training in reducing...
Panelists and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be with you here once again in this very important place. Yes, of course, just like the Honorable Commissioner addressed, as it is today, petroleum product is distributed across the road by trucks, almost 98% in this country. And of course, it's a necessary evil. Yes, it's a product of inefficiency, but this is where we find ourselves. In normal parlors, fuel is supposed to be distributed through the pipelines, but then we found ourselves here, and of course, we have to survive with it. Yes, collaboration, just like the Honorable Commissioner spoke about, collaboration with government agencies is very key in every aspect of life, not only in transportation, also not only in distribution of petroleum products. But it's more paramount in distribution of petroleum products because of the safety requirements of such transaction. Petroleum product distribution is a process that involves a lot of inflammable activities, and so many safety requirements are in place. First of all, the vehicle has to be in a very sound order to be able to be engaged in such transaction. The driver too has to be in a sound mind to be able to be engaged in such transaction, as well as the place. But also the other commuters on the road, because there is a lot of different behavior by passengers and so many other people when they come across such kind of articulated vehicle, especially loaded with petroleum product. Now, the question is collaboration. We need, as transporters, to collaborate with necessary government agencies, security agencies, in terms of compliance. The vehicle has to be in good order to be able to be deployed to the road, because once it is deployed into the road, then a lot of expectations are in place. The vehicle itself, the driver behavior, and the behavior of other commuters. Then the relevant agencies, government agencies, I'm talking about Federal Safety Corps, maybe BIO, and some other government security agencies. So much so that necessary security safety checks are in place before the vehicle is loaded, after the vehicle is loaded, and when the vehicle is on the road. So all these things are very, very important. I cannot, you see, the issue of collaboration cannot be underestimated. So I want to assure the general public here that collaboration, not only in terms of distribution of petroleum products, but in all aspects, especially of transportation in general, is very apt. Let me give you an example. The accident that happened at Eleme Road in Port Harcourt. A driver loaded petroleum product loaded and it has been in queue for more than 5 hours. Just to on queue with other vehicles. Just one tipper driver was rushing to pass and skip the road, but they collided. And in the course of that, the tipper hit the truck, and the truck sparked, and the truck got burnt, and all the surrounding vehicles got burnt. Now, in normal circumstance, any vehicle that is loaded with petroleum product, if you are driving, close it, you should be careful. Because a drop of the content to the wheel of a vehicle that's been on queue for 5 hours, that wheel is hot. Any drop can ignite fire. So going forward, even here, some of us, we should be careful. If we see articulated vehicle loaded, we should just give way. Be careful. That is not to say that the drivers are also not informed to be careful, but you should give way, so much so that it will not bring unforeseen, avoidable incidences. So, but assuming all the security and safety agents were in place at that time of Port Harcourt, probably they would have stopped the drivers from rushing to pass a very narrow area so that the accident could be avoided. But nobody was there. I am not saying also that the drivers are not at fault, or even the owners. Sometimes the owner would be required to provide certain repair kits or whatever, but maybe for so many reasons he did not provide, and the driver will just go. And sometimes the driver is tired, sleeping, and maybe he gave his motorboy the vehicle to drive. So all these things. So collaboration with security agencies, as it is now, for example, NATO as an association of the owners of the vehicles is collaborating with the Lagos State government. That is why we're here. It's also collaborating with Federal Safety Corps, and also collaborating with LASMA and so many agencies, other agencies. So I want to believe that going forward, we need to bring it much closer to the fore so that all these avoidable incidences are in place. Also, I had the Honorable Commissioner spoke about Otedola. So many times, you see, because of the nature of that Otedola bridge, sometimes the drivers come sloppy and whatever. So all these things, collaboration will tell us, look, tell these drivers, if they don't know the way Otedola bridge is, they should know. And also the security nature of that area. Sometimes it's not necessarily the vehicle. Sometimes it's not necessarily the driver. But it could be some boys that want to get something from the driver that just go and cut the connection. Driver has nothing to do, no brake, no nothing. So it will crash.
Thank you, Alaji. I know, thank you so much for shedding light into light into some of the things that our audience might be hearing for the first time. You did mention a lot about inspection. You did mention about the state of the vehicle and also the drivers. It's interesting to note that we've been seeing a lot of advocacy as regards people staying away from trucks. The petroleum products, because people should not try to scoop the petroleum when there's an issue. I will save the question on inspection and all of the enforcement for the road safety gentleman that we're expecting. I would jump on a question on a statement you made about we should not be transporting petroleum products via road. You mentioned something about pipeline, which takes me to our gentleman, Mr. Segun Ogunwumi. This question is for you. And he says, given the inherent risk in road transportation, should Nigeria invest more aggressively in pipeline infrastructure for petroleum distribution, and what are the limitations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. It's a pleasure to be here. And Thank you to the panelists and the audience as well. Yeah, the question you have asked is a very pertinent question. And then I think I would, in answering that question, I would like to take us back to the memory lane. There was a time when Nigeria had a large network of pipelines for moving petroleum products, stretching across to the north and to everywhere. I think the key issue about pipeline is two things. One, maintenance, and two, security. So a lot of these pipelines have been breached and they are largely no longer functional. It's very clear that it's easier and more cost-effective and safer to move products by pipeline. And I think Nigeria and this government has to start looking back. It's good that we have returned the refineries back to operation. We have to start looking back at our pipeline system and how to restore them back to operation to minimize the transportation routes and improve the safety. And I would also like to also mention briefly about gas, because we are talking about petroleum products. Petroleum products is not only liquid products, it also includes gas. And gas can be CNG, it can be LNG. It can also be pipe gas. I would like to say that fortunately for us in the gas sector, majority of our gas is transported locally through pipelines. So all the gas to the power plants, all the gas to most of the industrial and domestic industrial estates are through pipelines. But having said that, there's still a large gap in the pipeline penetration for gas. There's pipeline gas available mostly in the industrial sectors of the southern part of this country. Lagos State, Agbara Estate, there's pipe gas there. In the Port Harcourt axis, Aba axis, there's pipe gas there. In the eastern area towards Akwa Ibom, Calabar, there's pipe gas there. When you go to the north, the only place you find pipe gas is in Ajakuta. Beyond Ajakuta, there's no pipe gas for the rest of the northern part of the country. So the pipeline infrastructure also for gas is very, very inadequate compared to other parts of the world. And this is also an aspect that NNPC and the government has to look at, because it's safer, it's best to move gas by gas. In terms of safety, when you move products like this on the road, there is a lot of implications for safety, and especially for gas. Gas is as risky as liquid products, as we've seen. But thankfully, it's heavily regulated. There's a lot of regulation in the industry managing the transportation of gas that makes sure that the impact on the environment and on people is much less. But I would just like to say, I would like to stop there, but just say that pipe gas infrastructure is critical if we are going to have safe transportation of products across this country and also a cost-effective transportation of products. Thank you, HC.
Thank you very much, and thank you for answering the question and sharing your wealth of experience. But one thing you did miss out in the question was in the issue of limitation. Would it be because of the cost? What ways can we go around this cost? Is this something that can be privatized? What are your suggestions around working the limitations? If you can just quickly wrap on that, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you focus on the key areas of limitation. I tried to allude to that earlier on. Principally, it's cost, because there is a lot of investment required to have a pipeline reticulation that covers the whole country. However, we are in a modern era, and private investment is available and can be applied to minimize that cost. Government is limited in the amount of resources it has, but the private sector can go in and do that. We see that a lot in the gas, where you have a lot of companies that are doing pipeline distribution locally. So we need to go that route as well for petroleum products as well. The other limitations, which I mentioned earlier in passing, was having laid out investing so much on the pipelines, you need to make sure they are secure. And that security is very key. Otherwise, we are going to go back to where we are today. The other point is about maintenance. We need to improve our maintenance culture to make sure that those pipelines last the number of years they are meant to last. So these are the basic limitations, but we have no choice than to go back to that, and the government has to be creative in finding resources. And that also collaboration is very key in doing that. Collaboration between the NNPC, collaboration between the private investors, collaboration between our infrastructure funds that is available and the banks. I think that's the key to solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, pipelines also takes us to the fact that we also as citizens, we have to be responsible for our assets and infrastructure. We also need to, not just the government having good maintenance culture, but also as individuals and as citizens, we do not vandalize all of this infrastructure that are meant for our own benefit. Latching on to that, I would like to ask Mr. Femi Oduwole of DAPMAN 2 questions, I will say. To what extent do poor road networks, pipeline vandalism, and inadequate storage facilities contribute to unsafe logistics, and how can these be addressed systematically? The second part of the question goes thus: how are logistics companies ensuring environmental safety and sustainability in the transport of petroleum products, especially in light of increasing concerns about spills and emissions? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, and good afternoon to all our listeners. To what extent do the road conditions? Basically, these trucks travel through the road networks. Of the about 195,000 stretch of road network, according to FRSC data, just about 60,000 are actually tarred. And this 60,000 is what our trucks travel daily. A lot of these roads have lasted years, and government can only maintain them to the extent of the funds available. If the funds are not available, they will do what they call palliative measures. NNPC had to intervene at a point to assist in getting these roads sorted out. The condition of the road is key and primary, but I will also maintain that no matter how bad a road, the route is, the driver also contributes largely to whether he arrives safely or not at his destination. And I'll give a typical example. This one happened to me probably about 20 years ago. It was along Oyo Ogbomosho Road. It wasn't dualized. I don't know whether it's dualized now, but it was just a 2-lane route then. And it was a long stretch, and this truck faced me. There were 2 trucks coming. One was overtaking the other. The one that was overtaking the other saw me in front that I was coming and never gave way. And by the time I had to look for somewhere to move off the road, you know what I saw? The driver's left leg was on his dashboard and he was smiling at me. What am I trying to say? That guy was ready. If I don't move off the road, whatever happens, is ready for it. So even if the roads are bad, the driver, the training he has been given should guide him, should lead him to do the right thing, driving safely on the roads. Sometimes you get to a point where you see the speed limit, 80 kilometers, 40 kilometers, but sometimes you see, even if that 80 kilometer is not safe, reduce your speed. So yes, a lot of the bad roads contribute to the accidents we are witnessing, especially when the drivers are not knowledgeable about these routes. I'll tell you another experience. At a point when I left African Petroleum, I went into haulage business and I had some trucks. and one went to the north, and he was coming back, and he had actually loaded something which wasn't my own cargo on his way back, and he was coming through Ikwele. There's a very, very bad portion of that road, and this guy, in his effort to quickly get to Akure, dumped the cement that he loaded, which was not my own cargo, dump it there and come to Lagos. He just wrecked the truck. For somebody, I mean, the moment I tell another driver, this is what, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Which means if probably that driver had been, he was a new driver to me. I mean, he was driving the truck. Probably that was about his 4th or 5th trip. But I don't know whether he has taken that route before. So probably if he's very much aware of the challenges on that route or the slope, he probably wouldn't be speeding into that location as he did. But at the end of the day, the truck was a write-off. So bad roads contribute largely to the challenge, to the accident, the number of accidents we have, but also the drivers being trained and knowledgeable about these routes, their routes, also helps. Sorry, Honorable Commissioner, the second part of the question, not the second question, but second part of that first question.
It says, what how are logistic companies ensuring environmental safety?
Good, yes. Well, logistics company, yes, but I'm going to restrict it to petroleum tankers. In the petroleum sector, you had the NATO president say the accident in Eleme was caused because the tipper punctured the truck, the tank of the truck, which led to a spark. This solution is obviously a solution that will increase the cost to the owners of the truck, but it is also better to have your truck salvageable than written off in the case of an accident. Going through Lagos-Ibadan Express, I've witnessed several tanker accidents. In fact, some I was mighty pleased because the truck fell. Two things. There was no leakage and there was no fire. And the truck was fully loaded. There was no leakage, there was no fire. What made that possible? Because the truck had a double tank hull. That's number one. Two, the truck had the anti-spill manhole and valves. So all that happened was that it fell. Even if the outer covering of the tank was damaged, the inner still withheld. So there was no leakage, there was no fire. That's number one aspect of it. There's no way you cannot keep training our drivers, because sustaining the environment starts from you. It is when you are alive that it is assumed that you have sustained the environment. The drivers must be consistently trained. I had a conversation with the road safety guys shortly after the Otedola Bridge accident, and I saw a lot of gaps, especially even with LPG trucks, that the drivers, the owners of the trucks, the driver didn't know about. So not only training them, but training them the right way, to know the right thing and to do the right thing. Because like I said, if a driver has decided that he was going to kill himself, there's nothing you can do about that. But then we should, on our own part, give them the opportunity of having the best truck on the road and using the best trucks on our roads. So training of the drivers, that's one. Installing the appropriate kits on the trucks, that's another thing. Then all DAPMAN depots have federal road safety operatives there who do checks on these trucks before they leave the depots. There are some things that I know, but which I can't say here, but if things had been done properly, we would have avoided some of these accidents. And so when the accidents do happen and road safety takes it up to investigate and get all the facts out, it comes back to, one, the marketer, two, the transporter, and if the driver is alive, the driver, to do the corrective measures so that we can avoid accidents on our road. It could be your brother, it could be my brother, it could be my family that is on the road. We don't want such accidents to occur to anybody at all. So we sustain the environment by making sure that our trucks are properly kitted and properly maintained, so that when they are driven on the road, there is no problem for anybody. Then we train the drivers as they should be, properly trained, and then the trucks are allowed to go on. The second question, Honorable Commissioner, please. On the sustenance. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I noticed you tried to manage the information because you said there are some things you can't say out publicly. It's understandable. But the truth of the matter is we need to deal with these issues. The state in which some of these tankers are not things that we should encourage, both from the transporter to the owners, and whatever you want to call it. I'm happy that we have all the necessary stakeholders on seat here, and we need to deal with these issues the way they're meant to be dealt with, even from the point of inspection. Like I said, I would also appreciate and wait for our FRC guy if he comes before we finish this panel. Yes, I'll save the questions for him because it's critical. When all of these accidents do happen, it's unfortunate that one tanker accident can take 200 lives. The sad one very sad one that happened, I mean, I mentioned 198 people dying from one tanker accident. I mentioned 98 people. Even just about 2 months ago at that Otedola, a newly wedded couple were sleeping in their home, and they got burnt 2 months after their wedding. So we cannot overemphasize the importance of ensuring that we put all of the safety things we need to do in place. But like they say, you cannot make an omelette without breaking an egg. All of what we're talking about must have some form of policy and framework that will guide what we need to do. Without a policy framework, we would not know what is guiding us, what are the things that will come that will be classified as an infraction. That I can boldly tell you that from the Petroleum Transportation Shipment and Policy Law of 2022 is already in place. So how are we implementing that? Not to take too much of our time, I would ask our gentleman, Mr. Damilola Ajayi, who will speak on our policy framework, and I'll be saying, what are the existing regulatory standards governing the logistics of petroleum products in Nigeria, and now effectively are they being enforced across the value chain? Thank you, Damilola.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you to the panelists. I represent my MD, Ms. Donya Akinyoju, the MD of Ibile Oil and Gas. And on behalf of her, I would like to thank Lagos State and, of course, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for putting such a great conference together. This topic is very topical because I've had several discussions, even prior to now, on issues of logistics. It's something we deal with all the time in our business. We own several trucks of ours, and we also partner with external logistics companies. So it's so funny that Otedola Bridge is brought up so many times, as there's this question I hear from not professionals, and it's up to us to correct that as well, is there's something wrong with this Otedola Bridge. And I'm sure every one of us has heard this a couple of times, and that's why we need to correct these things in this kind of forum. To the question of what are the frameworks that are there. For example, we've spoken about the FRC. Hopefully they'll be around to speak more on what the roles are and things like that. I'm glad that the president of NATO is here as well, because unions are like the first line of, I would say, defense, because they see these trucks, they see the truck drivers before they even enter the depot. The depot too is also a line of defense where you inspect before they load, They make sure they can earth the trucks. You can do every single thing about those trucks before they leave the depot. NMDPRA, of course, which is the in charge of all regulations regarding midstream and downstream, also have a big part to play. Take, for example, I know not too long ago, early this year, they banded a certain liter, 60,000 liters trucks, right, for certain reasons. A lot of people would lose a lot of money, that's true, but we need to think of it from a point of view of safety. Safety comes first. Second is, again, we're hearing you can't load greater than 45,000 liters once you get to the depot, coming from NMDPRA as well. So we need to, all these are ways to improve the safety, that in case of a spill, you don't have so much liters on the road or wherever it happens. So reducing the danger. People will argue that that's not the entire solution. As we've spoken, the main three things are safety of the truck, the conditions of the truck, the state of the driver, and also the state of the roads. So you also have VIO, the people that ensure that you get is roadworthy. So these checks are very critical to ensure that they have every single part of it. And, you know, I ask myself sometimes, I see a truck driving petroleum product, and I wonder where it was certified or how that can even be carrying a truck, a petroleum flammable substance. Take, for example, I was somewhere on my way to Ibadan, and I saw this very intelligent man, I would say. The truck was leaking, and he had a cloth holding the leakage at the back of the truck. I say intelligent because, hey, he was trying to do something clever, but that's not the cleverness we require. The cleverness we require is for the truck to be in a good state and ensure you maintain it. So essentially is, we as professionals still have to ensure that those trucks, before it even gets to the depot, before it gets to the first line of defense, is well certified and good to go. The second part of that question is, how effective are all these checks? I think the only way to judge effectivity is on statistics, in my opinion. So the Honorable Commissioner has already pointed out a lot of things. 16 years, we've had 1,896 fatalities. Put that in context, that's one fatality in every 3 days. But last year was actually the deadliest, funny enough. And the Honorable Commissioner also mentioned it. What happened in Jigawa, about 100 and something people passed away. Put that in context, that was 266 fatalities in 2024. That's one fatality in 1.5 days. So this is a 3-day conference. If statistics is something to go by, that means 2 fatalities should have happened during this conference. So that's the way I would judge effectivity. So there's a lot of work to do from orientation. There's a lot of work to do for the trucks. There's a lot of work to also do on roads. And of course, as said earlier, in terms of pipelines, I think that would be a major solution, you know, reducing that pressure. You know, a lot of times what we need to do is just simply elimination, not substitution. So to eliminate is reducing the amount of trucks on the road. That's the first line. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the mind-boggling statistics. Very scary, saying that 1-2 people will die every day for people's carelessness, complacency, and whatever you can call it. He also mentioned 45,000 liters being the capacity allowed to load petrol. What we've seen is, because of the cost of these trailers, a lot of the owners who had pre-bought 60,000 liters would use the same 60,000 to go and load 45,000 liters. And we're all aware that that, of course, has implications in terms of equilibrium of that vehicle. It means as the vehicle is moving, the content is also moving because it has more than enough space in it, which does not give good bearing to the vehicle and to the driver. Don't also forget that these drivers we're talking about, you need to engage them, and then you would understand the fear and the kind of risk we face every day. A lot of them don't even understand road signs. A lot of them can't even speak English, which is a lingua franca. I mean, I'll give you an example. I put up truck barriers on Domalong and Ojuelegba to prevent trucks from getting on those bridges, such that they will stop falling over onto people in Ojuelegba. put up this truck barrier by 7 a.m., but before 10 a.m., they would have damaged it. As a state, we impound, we prosecute, but the point is, when you even speak to them, when you engage the people that commit these infractions, you'll be shocked that they don't even understand what they're doing. Like the NATO chairman said, some of these truck drivers that are supposed to be experienced will give the trucks to their own truck boys to drive. How do we curtail all of these issues? What do we do? How do we respond when there are issues? This takes me to the next question, where I'll be speaking to Mr. Godwin. What are the most critical safety risks associated with transporting petroleum products, and what proactive risk mitigation strategies are currently being adopted by logistic operators? Thank you.
I hope you can hear me. Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I want to let the House know that my ears will have been here. But because of the exigency of the association's business, he has been out of Lagos for almost 1 week now. So he has asked me to represent him. And also, we as an association, we want to appreciate Lagos State government for putting this energy summit together. It's the first of its kind. And we can see the concerns of Lagos State government. The concerns tells to the fact that most of the depots operating in the country, somebody spoke about the inefficiency and out of operation of the refineries. So most of the products that are being used in the country today, most of them comes from Lagos State. And we can appreciate your concern, what this brings to the state in terms of pollution, in terms of degradation, in terms of environmental issues, in terms of safety. So your concerns are well appreciated. For us as operators, the risk that are associated in this logistics business, one is explosion. Explosion as a result of, it could be as a result of rollover. You could equally have the risk of fire. You could equally have the risk of spillage. When the truck overturns, the whole of the product spills on the floor. But you see, in all this, we equally have technology that are in place to address all these issues. So we use engineering practice. We equally use administrative practice to mitigate this risk. One of the things I want to talk about is the ES-DAPMA spoke about the API couplings. You know, the recent trucks that we have today, they have the API manhole and the API coupling. For these two, you know, when you have a rollover, because you have these two couplings in place, when the truck rolls over, the product does not spill. So that is one area that technology has been able to address. Then we equally talk about the integrity of the tank itself. You know, regulations specify that a tank needs to go for recertification every 6 years. So what it means is that for every petroleum tanker, apart from the integrity check that is done on a yearly basis to check the brakes and the suspension, the tank itself that carries the product ought to go for a 6 years leak test. The DAPMA ES equally talked about the double wall of the tank to ensure that the tank is safe for use at all times when the thickness is maintained. But you equally have to check that that thickness is equally enhanced, that that thickness is equally available for use. So that is why the tank goes for a 6 years leak test to ensure that the tank is still has that integrity to carry what it's supposed to carry, which is the dangerous petroleum product. So we have engineering, we have administrative. For administrative, to mitigate those risks. You talked about driver training. Study has shown that 75% of incidents are usually caused by drivers. So a well-trained driver, that knows what to do, when an incident happens. A trained driver that knows that when the road is bad, he knows how to manage that road infrastructure, will equally take away 75% of that accident. Secondly, too, we are using the technology to mitigate some of these risks, some of the bad road infrastructure that we have. Today, we have the use of OBC. We have the use of intelligent cameras that are being deployed in the logistics business to mitigate accidents, to mitigate risk. For the OBC will ensure that the set limit, this set speed limit, is not exceeded by the driver. Even when the driver wants to push further, it will not respond because the truck is set to have a speed limit of about 56 kilometers per hour. Then equally too, we have the intelligent cameras that are being used today in logistic business. The aim of the intelligent camera is to monitor the driver, to monitor everything around the driver, whether fatigue or whatever it is. It pictures the driver on a 24 hours basis, on a 360-degree basis. And this puts the driver on check because once he knows that somebody is monitoring him, all those infractions will be reduced to the barest minimum. Secondly, to mitigate the issue of fatigue, we are already engaging the Federal Ministry of Works to have what we call the transit parks, for us to identify our routes. For example, I've just said that most of the product that we load comes from Lagos. So if I take a route, for example, from Lagos to Kano, I should be able to put transit parks along that route maybe at every 200 kilometers. I should have a transit park where a driver could get to and have some kind of rest. So for those transit parks, they must have amenities that amenities that will enable the driver to have rest, amenities that will enable the driver to do some minor repairs if there are occasion for him to do such repairs. So these are the kind of engagement that we are engaging the Federal Ministry of Works. If we have this in place, this will help to enhance safety on our roads. And apart from that, signages is another thing that we are talking about. Signages, and equally too, there is an app currently that is being run by the FRSC. That app tells you about the flash points you have on any route. So what we do for us as MIMAN is whenever a driver goes out and he comes back, there is what we call the journey management. You sit the driver down and you now ask him, how was the journey, how was it, and have there been any other flashpoint apart from what is already on the app. So if there are any identified flashpoint noticed, the app is upgraded. And these are things we are trying to do in collaboration with the AFRC to ensure that we have safe transportation of petroleum products on our road. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you very much. It's quite nice to listen to all the great things that we have already in place. I'm sure we have listened and we've heard so many vital information from our panelists. At this point, I would like to yield the floor to our people in the audience for questions so that we'll take about 5 questions and let the panelists do justice to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we signify if we have questions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, our panelists. And thank you for the wonderful for shedding light to what is being done in logistics for petroleum products. I think I'll start with the representative from Meman. Like we all know that we need these solutions. You mentioned, the cameras. My name is Adeshola Adegaye, by the way, from SGS Inspection, Nigeria Limited, and. You mentioned the cameras and all of that. I just wanted to ask, like, is there a clear pathway to implementation? Like, we all know we need this thing, like, yesterday. People are dying almost every day, like, from the statistics that, Villa Oil and Gas, Damla Lajai also mentioned. Like, is there a clear pathway to implementation? And also for the executive secretary, for DAPMAN, I also wanted to ask, like, you mentioned, if a driver decides to kill himself, there's really nothing we can do. Like, how often do we have, like, health checks for these drivers? And at what, like, how often do we have it? Because I believe, like, if someone is in his right frame of mind, you wouldn't want to drag road with another person. If you are in full, like, complete well-being, your health, your mental health, and your physical health and everything, you wouldn't want to drive the way that we all see on the road these days. So how often do we have, like, health checks, or how often do we check the occupational health of the drivers, basically? And sorry, just a moment. Lastly, I'd say how often, like, you mentioned there are people that check the trucks and all of that. How often do we check the inspectors that check these people? Like, how often do you audit them to be sure? Because when you do something routinely, we know you have this, just go. You get to be, maybe you tend to be bored, and maybe you don't want to actually follow the checklist if there is a checklist. So how often is the person that checked, how often is the person also checked? Thank you.
Sorry, should we take in all the questions, or should we answer them as they come?
We can take all the questions then.
I'm not sure my people have jotters to write those. I don't want them to miss people's questions.
Okay.
So maybe we should quickly just take them as they come.
Okay, sir. That will be fine.
Thank you. The first question had to do with what Mr. Gordon mentioned as regards cameras, and I think he would have a go at that, whilst the second will be answered by Adapman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So I will speak as regards as Meman. Today, the issue of cameras is not an industry practice, but is a MEMA practice. So what Meman has done is last year we had a strategic meeting of our CEOs where we now develop a 5-year plan. So the introduction of cameras is part of the 5-year plan of every MEMA member. And I can equally attest to the fact that some of our members have complied to that because they have a global a global play in the industry. They are not restricted to local playing in the downstream, so they play globally. And since it is a global decision by those members, they have complied to it. And if you look at history, for such a member, for the past 6 years, they've not been involved in any accident. The records are there. This is because of this kind of investment that has been made by them. One of the things that I forgot to talk about too is for us as an association, every truck that is on the road is monitored. So we have a control room that monitors all trucks that carries product from Meman. And the control room is manned 24 hours basis. It's still part of the 5-year plan. For us, 2 members have complied to that. So if the Honorable Commissioner is interested, several times we've had people from NLDPRA come to us to see how the control room works. So I will equally use this opportunity to invite the Commissioner for Transport to come to us. We can show you how this control room works, and maybe there is something we can learn from it. And for us too, these are the kind of engagement we are taking to the industry, to have NLDPRA, which is the regulator, to buy into it. Like I said, these are costly investment. So it's not just an investment that you just jump into. These are investments that you need thorough planning before they can become regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We evidently need to take this discussion beyond this place. Replication of what you have is what is important here. Having this thing in small tranches would definitely not make that impact we are trying to achieve. But I hear you loud and clear. That is a 5-year plan, but we'll try and ramp up how we can get more people to engage into it so that at the end of the day, safety we're talking about. I would let our man from DAPMAN answer the other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Oh, yes, the road safety people are here. Now, the mental health or the psychological health of any driver is actually the responsibility of the driver and the employer. Thank God NATO is here, but I can tell you categorically, because we have some of our members that do own their own fleet of trucks, and the health of these drivers is paramount to the operation they run daily. We have what we call safe to load platform, which is where the road safety checks every truck, interacts with every driver that goes into every depot in the country to load. Breathalyzer tests, physical tests, equipment tests, brakes, starts, all your light signals and everything. These are all checks that are conducted before the driver. And mind you, the driver might give his truck to a motorboy outside, but not in the presence of road safety, not in the presence of not within the depot premises. So all those checks are done, but like I did mention, the primary check on the health of the driver is for the employer, which is either the depot, I mean, it could be Rain Oil, it could be AA Rano, it could be AYM, or any other marketer. They do that consistently, but in addition to that, not all trucks belong to fleets of trucks like that. They belong to members. Maybe I'm boxed up and I'm able to have 50, 100 trucks, and I belong to NATO. It is the responsibility of the owner to ensure that the health of the driver is being paramount. But without road safety satisfying themselves that, yes, this driver can actually drive this truck, they don't allow any driver to drive any truck, even to go and load in any depot. Thank you. And I'll use that opportunity to welcome the road safety. But hold on till you're introduced.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Whilst the conversation was going on, our Corps Marshal Lagos Road Safety, Mr. Kende Amzat, walked in. He came in because this program was meant to initially start at 2, but it was rescheduled to start earlier. So he had to leave all of what he's doing to rush down. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. We're already in the question and answer period, but I would like Damilola to speak to the mental health as well, because it was signaling me that I also wants to say something. And once he says that, I would crave the indulgence of the audience to quickly ask 1 or 2 questions from our FRC Marshal. Since we have the opportunity of having him around, it's best to speak to the inspection, the reaction time to all of what happens on the road before we continue our questions, if you permit me. But quickly, I would like Damilola to,
thank you.
In 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. That was a great question, and it made me remember what we do in my organization, the Ibile Oil and Gas Corporation. So the mental health is something that is very, very important, which you can't easily spot. For the sake of it, I might not be okay as I'm seated here. Who knows? You might not know. No one here might know. So what we've done is, for every single person in our company, including myself and those on the field and the drivers, we've provided a safe place where they can speak to someone. So every driver, every station attendant, anyone in our value chain has the opportunity to speak to them confidentially, and they know this. And this helps them in terms of how they feel, at least they will be able to be honest with someone that is not in the company and feel like they can be sacked or anything like that. And I think that's very, very key. And there's an extra cost the company has to take in the private, especially in the private sector. But there's some cost that is a penny. What's the word again? Pounds foolish, penny. Exactly. So it's something we need to take on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I mentioned earlier, you have to be in the right frame of mind to even do anything. How much more drive a tanker that once there's an accident is going to take away lives of many. So the question here is, who pays attention to the mental health of these people? We've heard our panelists say different things. Ibile Oil and Gas says, they pay attention to it. They even commit extra funds in ensuring that people check on one another. We've heard that Dapman also speak to it. But in all of what we're speaking about, we know that the safety, the inspection of those trucks, and also a lot is being put on FRSC to ensure that we even have the right trucks on the road. It gives us an opportunity to ask the Court Martial Lagos, what are the the question goes, what emergency response mechanisms are in place in event of accidents or spills, and how well coordinated are response teams with logistic operators? The second leg of your question would be, what is your mode of inspection, and how do you ensure that this inspection is being carried out the way it's meant to? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Commissioner. Let me quickly leverage on the already established protocols. The Honorable Commissioner had made a case for me, and I apologize because there was a forum created. If I had followed it appropriately, probably I would have been here earlier. Let me wrap all these things together, because what we are saying all has to do with this idea of having crashes that would not involve death, if at all it happens. So we want to talk of forgiving road. When we talk of forgiving road, there are 5 different pillars that are involved, and all these things should be considered. One will talk of road safety management, where we have policies, where we have laws, all these activities put in place. For example, a situation where we can have maximum loading capacity of these tankers, some 33, some 45,000, and the likes. You see people now loading as much as 60, even beyond. All these things impact on the centrifugal force, especially when you want to maneuver. So there should be laws that are put in place to ensure that these things are well regulated. That is road safety management. Let's go to safer vehicle. When you talk of safer road before safer vehicle, safer road should be built in such a way that it should be forgiven. For example, there are a lot of road that these people ply, and if we follow the 1957 convention of carrying dangerous goods, transporting dangerous goods, there was a convention that gave what it takes to really pilot or carry some of these goods. So if we look at safer roads, our roads are not too safe, but the onions falls on the drivers, knowing fully well that these roads are not safe. That's why we say over 80% of some of these crashes are caused by human. Now, if you want to maneuver and you know that the road, the maneuvering is too sharp, the bend is too sharp, it behoves on the driver to go on a safe speed to be able to maneuver carefully before he would drive whatever is carrying, knowing fully well that lives and properties are involved. You know how much a truck costs now as it is, then you know the lives that will be lost if in the event of a crash. So we'll talk of the safer road plus mobility. Then we'll talk of the safer vehicles. The vehicle itself, some of them are so old, we're not taking care of the various vents, the manhole, the dispensing hand, all these things such that even when the vehicle has a crash, falls off, rolls off, the content will still be intact. This has to do with that kind of vehicle, and which are vehicles that will be intelligent in nature. That is where technology comes in. I have opportunity of seeing the crash that happens on Lagos-Ibadan Express. But somebody, probably a vehicle following, have this camera. Exactly the way the thing happened, we saw it. Otherwise, we will have been imagining doing some sort of crash investigation. So, if all our tankers, trucks, have this camera, it will go a long way to helping us to see how and why something happened. When you know how and why something happens, definitely you will know how to curtail it, how to mitigate. Thank God I met the man by my immediate right talking about various checks. And I came along with the head of Safe to Load program here with us because he was and is still in the line of checking. And I want to appreciate the people at the various depots for giving us the opportunity. It might interest you to know that the crash that happened around Otedola, having this gas-laden tank, that tanker was checked and was not approved to load. It might interest you because it was after the inspection. If the person who inspected that vehicle had not declined the loading of that vehicle, after inspecting it, that man will be breathing at the national headquarters of the road safety by now, because we have all our men at the various depots. When it was investigated and it was found out that there are defectiveness in some of the parameters they check on the checklist, they went to meet the person who inspected that, and he said he gave evidence that he declined that vehicle from loading. But we don't work 247. After going away, after going home, they went ahead and loaded that vehicle. I mean, the effect is better imagined than seen, because I was there at the scene. So, all our vehicles should be fixed with necessary gadgets. Technology has saved a lot of things. Then we should appreciate and appreciate technology. Then we talk of safer road user. What is the mentality of the driver that is driving that vehicle? Very important. Most of the people driving this vehicle, how many training institutes or institutions do we have training these drivers? Driving is not about I know how to read and write. It's about practical activities. It's about psychological activity. Some drivers are good drivers, but they have very poor attitude. Aggression, aggressiveness while driving. Many of them, when they see even smaller vehicles passing by them, they get annoyed, especially when they are empty. They now speed up as if they are driving a smaller vehicle. Attitude. The regulations are there. But do we follow these regulations? So, there should be quarterly or biannual or annual, at worst, test or training for these drivers. So, to put it straight, there are a lot of things we check, from the braking system to the content to the drivers using various technologies. Yesterday, an organization just gave us breathalyzers where we check some of them who probably are drunken drivers. So some of these things are taken into consideration. I want to appreciate the people who are at various depots for giving us the opportunity to check them from home. And I want to discourage those of us that probably when vehicles are checked, when they are loaded, when they get outside the depot, they transload into a less qualified tanker, so that some of these things, the moment they are checked and certified fit at the depot, we should ensure that it is the same truck that transfers from point A to point B. Thank you so very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Komasha. Honestly, a lot of things have been said today, and one of it has to do with people's attitude. It's nice to say government or other side, but as businessmen, entrepreneurs, And as citizens, we should also, we have a very, very big part to play in all of this. He mentioned having to inspect a truck, and the truck was declined for loading because they are closed for the day. They went on to load. We mentioned the issue of transloading, which happens almost every time. They check these trucks, they certify them good to load, they load. But because of cost, the transporters will now move and go and transload to a cheaper truck, all in the name of maximizing profit and not paying or respecting lives. It is very, very unfortunate. I would allow the audience to quickly ask the questions because time is running out now, and we need to quickly close the session. So, question 2, please.
So much. My question is to the DAP man. And what I want to ask is, what insurance measures can logistic operators take to manage risk associated with petroleum transportation?
Thank you very much. I had the privilege of working with African Petroleum for 20 years before I joined DAPMAN, where I've been for the last 11 years. We had what we call goods in transit insurance for the product, and depending on the ability or capability of the owner of the truck, then he insures his truck. But usually the company ensures that there is goods in transit insurance for the product, which is carrying on their behalf. So the insurance platform is there. There is GIT we call it in the industry, we call it GIT. Once the transporter does not have a GIT, and the transporter usually they are enrolled, they enroll their fleet, probably 10, 15, 20 trucks. And on those trucks, you must have a GIT. And once that GIT, with a reputable insurance company anyway, any one of your choice, and once that is in the place, you're allowed to load. Thank you. And sorry, another thing I'd like to mention, please, it might be as a closing remark. Please, 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 we should, and this goes to the general public, don't struggle with petrol tankers or LPG trucks on the road, please. And we're going to implore, if there is ever any accident in the local parlance, Ben Johnson from the scene. Move away from that scene as fast as you can. Thank you.
Well, sorry. It's so much for insurance, so much for goods in transit. It's nice to know that the goods we're talking about is being covered by insurance. But what insurance can bring back lives? So the critical thing for me is ensuring that this does not happen. You know, I'll allow the next man to ask a question. Thank you.
Hello.
Question I wanted to ask has been addressed by the commercial of the road safety. But since we have identified the major causes of road explosions, that is one, the human factors, which was deeply involved, is environmental factors, which is the duty of the government to do something about it. Majorly, design that or do something to it, maybe what I was talking about is the environmental factors that contribute to the explosions on our road. And this is at the pillar of the government, because they are the only one that can divide, because most of our panelists, they are trying to digress, they don't want to offend the government. But we, without without any this thing, we have to pinpoint that on our side, all our drivers are well trained. And no driver will be put on the road without a certification. And I'm happy that the road safety also now attested that before a vehicle can be passed out, it has to be checked by the representative in each depot. But the environmental factors, that is the road itself. In some areas, you see the way our drivers maneuvers before they can pass. You'll be sorry to them, because it's just like we don't even value life in Nigeria. And the recent one that happens at Otedola Bridge, through my own personal observation, I realized that that road that passed through that place was very slopey. True to the fact, maybe there may be a brake failure, but that's why the brake failure, the sloppiness of the road doesn't help issues, and it gets even an impact to the explosions. So I'm now asking, can the state government or whoever is involved, the government that is involved, redesign or amend such rules so that it is more motorable and comfortable for the drivers to maneuver? Thank you, sir.
Well, I'm the moderator today, so you've thrown questions to the government. My automatic answer should be, I will send it to the government and will come back to you. But I wouldn't do that. I will speak to it as the Commissioner for Transport, Lagos State. I owe you that responsibility to address all issues. The first thing I would like to say is, you heard the Corps Marshal say to you that the particular truck, the Otedola accident, was declined of loading, but it did, which means that there was a mechanical fault ab initio. Now, secondly, I would like to also say to you that that particular road you're talking about, there are two massive road signs that says no truck should ply that road. They are there, and I visited there the day after the incident happened, and I did a press conference. I actually showed that road sign. It's there, and because people do not comply or obey rules, that's why I went there in the first place. It had no business going there. But because we also cannot wait and say because we've put a sign there, they should not take there, we've gone ahead to even try to put truck barriers to mitigate the people that do not listen. So the government is not completely quiet or not responding to what is happening. We are playing our own part. And this is an opportunity to also say that, please, speak to your guys. You said all your guys are trained. Yes. But some of these trained guys also hand over these trucks to people that are not trained. They are called truck boys. But we're not sitting here today to be apportioning blames, or we are looking for solutions. So I hear you. We as government, we are doing our best to ensure that we put all the necessary infrastructure in place to limit all of these accidents that we're seeing. I'll yield the floor for the next person to ask the question, and so that we can wrap up. Also, sorry, I think he has something to say.
Okay. In addition to what the commissioner has said, this question that you've raised came up last month in our meeting in Abuja. What we are talking about now is classified into two. You have what you call the flash point, and you have what you call the hotspot. For the flash point, which talks about rehabilitation of roads, where the road is bad, I'm aware there's a committee set up between NATO working with the Minister of Works to identify those routes, so that the FEMA can address those routes. Then for the hotspot, which is your concern, the same set of people are looking at the redesigning of those routes. I think the issue of Otedola equally came up in that meeting, and some other hotspots that have been identified for the necessary agency working with FRSC to look at the redesigning of those routes to make them more safer. I know something is being done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the last note, the Otedara bridge that we're talking about, just about 2 weeks ago, I had a discussion with the Control General of Federal Ministry of Works, and we actually sent people in to go and do a reappraisal of that particular road. The gradient of that road is slightly more than what it should be, and like you mentioned, FEMA is trying to do something like a palliative until when we do the main regeneration work. But be that as it may, it also has a lot to do with how our drivers drive on those roads. It's a bit sloppy and they enter with so much speed. I don't want to bore us with all of the details. Like you mentioned, there's a committee that's been set up to address all of the issues that has to do with all of those flashpoints and all of those areas that we think we need to work on. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. A big thank you to the Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for this whole session and the whole conference. Just quick questions. The first one is to the Corps Marshal. You did mention, you talked about the Otedola incident and how the truck did not pass whatever inspection. So what have we learned from that? Because at the end of the day, the truck still went ahead to load. So obviously something must have gone wrong somewhere. So what is the lesson learned on that? That's the first question. And the second one really is just to ask generally to Lagos State, MIMAN, DAPMAN, Ibile Oil and Gas, everyone, that who do we engage with, or do we engage with the international community to learn best practices? Because we know technology is always changing every day, every year. So how are we engaging to do that? And then last question, I know you've talked a lot about how the public can help, but is there something else that we as general public can do to ensure that your jobs and your mandates are carried out? Thank you.
Let me quickly answer that. When a crash happens, we go there, we do necessary crash investigation, and we submit to the appropriate quarters. Apart from the federal submission, I remember submitting a copy to the Honorable Commissioner, who actually has been working on it. And of course, he still promised that we're going to have a joint meetings with all other stakeholders with which we can see and look through some of these things. On the issue of information, members of the public have a role to play in giving us information. Somebody was asking me yesterday during a program that how do we allow people to carry fuel in their vehicle? We are not ghosts. We don't know they are there. What is the responsibility of members of the public? Like last year, we had an empowerment program that says speak out against dangerous driving. Crashes kill more passengers than drivers. What do we mean? We went a step further to open an FRSC app on your various Android, though that of iPhone is still ongoing. But if you have an Android, there's an FRSC app where you can report all activities of drivers. A drunken driver can be reported. I am at so-so park, I'm at so-so place. Or if you get to a nearest place where they are stopping and searching, you can say, excuse me, may I use myself? Call a traffic officer. Please, this man is drunk. Please, this man has so-so content in his vehicle. So we have a role to play. If we don't have that app, probably we don't have an Android phone, we can reach 122, which is FRSC emergency number. You can use that of the national 112. And of course, you can use that of Lagos State. Is that 979 if I'm correct? So you can use any of this to report some of these activities. We're not ghosts, but when we have information, when you speak out, when you see something, say something, then we will do something. Thank you.
Sorry, because of time, we'll be taking the last question, and then if you have further questions, we would encourage that you send it in to, you'll be given where to send it in so we can respond to it. Just before the last question, I also want to share MOT hotline. It's 090-2000-9000. I repeat, 090-2000-9000. Or you call 090-2000-4000. Like you said, see something, say something. Thank you.
All right. Hi, sir. Hi, sirs. I am Oluyemi Orolo Olamide from the University of Lagos, Petroleum and Gas Department. Last semester, through my lecturer, Dr. Mark Baida of Petroleum and Gas Department, I was privileged to pitch solutions to pipeline leakages and vandalism during the NGA UNILAG chapter launch. One of the major solutions my team and I came up with was GIS monitoring and remote sensing for real-time data analysis and data collection, which is literally leveraging AIs to detect pipeline leakages, because we all know we cannot rely on human intelligence to detect pipelines under the ground. It's not efficient. Now my question, is there any existing policy or roadmap by the Lagos State government to integrate GIS, Geographic Information System, and remote sensing into the monitoring of petroleum pipeline and gas pipeline routes across the state right now? Is there any existing policy like that right now?
I need to quickly correct something. Lagos State does not have the responsibility to monitor pipelines. It's not in our purview, but I'm sure somebody else will be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that wonderful question. It's very pertinent. We're in the age of artificial intelligence, and there's a lot that can be done with technology. As the Honorable Commissioner said, we have agencies that are responsible for that. We have the National NUPRC, which is the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, who are in charge of pipeline for crude oil monitoring and so on. We have the NMDPRA, Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petrol Regulatory Authority, who are responsible for midstream and downstream products. I'm sure NMP is also playing active role in trying to monitor pipelines and design pipelines. Part of the thing we discussed earlier is the need to bring back a pipeline route for our petroleum products. I think in the design of that routing or bringing back those pipelines, technology like you have suggested has to be included, which include GIS, remote sensing and monitoring. I'm sure that will be part of whatever will be included in that designing. Thank you.
Sorry, on a final note, let me quickly say this, that we're looking at crashes, we're not looking at the post-crash care. What do? The GIS professional will have expected you to look at nearest neighbor analysis. When crashes happen and somebody is injured, how far from medical facility? So nationally, we should start looking at the roads relative to the available medical facilities, so that even if it happens, you can easily access medical hands. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure we've had such an interactive session. Wonderful questions from the audience. Fantastic tips and knowledge sharing from our panelists. I thank you all for this wonderful time. One thing we've been able to establish today is simple. There are rules, there are policies, and there are people enforcing these policies. The only thing that I think is a missing link would be implementation, collaboration, and enforcement of these policies and rules. And the enforcement does not stop on the government side alone. It also extends to us as citizens. What do we need to do? We've heard a lot from our panelists talking about safety, talking about not going close to scooping oil when there's a spillage, talking about not competing with these trailer drivers when you see them. Please, it's safe to be alive. On this note, I'll say thank you so much for this wonderful session, and then I hope we've learned a lot from this. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we please applaud our panelists and, of course, our moderator, even as I will invite the Honorable Commissioner for Power, Renewable Energy and Transport, Benue State, to help with the presentation of plaques to all our panelists and, of course, the moderator. The Honorable Commissioner for Power, Renewable Energy, I'm talking of Honorable Barrister Omale. So please help us with the presentation. Thank you, sir. And the first will be to the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Transportation, our distinguished moderator for this panel. Can we please applaud the Honorable Commissioner? Thank you very much, sir, for... Thereafter, Mr. Clement Isong. Mr. Clement Isong. Yes. Mr. Adewale Olufemi. Mr. Shegun. Mr. Kende Amzat. Alhaji Yusuf Lawal Othman. And finally, Mr. Damilola Ajayi. All right, thank you. We'll take a group photograph for this session. Please, can we applaud with your plaques, please? With your plaques, please. Thank you. It's been quite engaging, and I'm sure we had the very best of the time here. Safer logistics for petroleum products. Can we please applaud all our panelists and, of course, our very esteemed moderator and, of course, the Honorable Commissioner for Power, Renewable Energy and Transport, Benue State. Thank you very much. We can keep the clap going until they come down stage. Thank you. Well, it's going next to the next breakout session, and that will be the final for today. The final breakout section, implementing renewable energy framework. Implementing renewable energy framework, and there we'll be inviting those to handle that session very soon. Implementing renewable energy framework. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down for the next session so we can kick off as fast as possible?
I'm in panel.
They
are not much. There are 5 of them.
Okay. Dr. Fuad Animashaun is here. Dr. Shegun Adoju. Alex Oba. Alex Obachiana. Dr. Shegun Adoju. They are just 3.
Not the video. Not the video.
Which one?
It's not the video.
What do you want?
The parking.
They spoke from their head.
Hello?
Sorry, Meta ni wọ́n àbí.
Let them look for them.
Meta ni wọ́n ṣàlẹ̀.
Your lady, because they know they are that.
Sir, they are just 3 here.
No, I'm coming. We can't be. Can we do somewhere?
Okay.
I'm going to have someone else to. They get to prepare around you. Get to you one year around there.
Káwọn wọ́n ṣàlẹ̀. Ọ̀sẹ̀ ọlọ́run.
Ọ̀gá wọn àtọ́jú.
Ó lẹ ti rí wọn.
Ẹ̀yin náà, àwọn tó gbé wọn náà ni ọmọ màá náà lọ́jọ́ àkùdẹ tó sọ síta. Tó ayọ̀ ní onírìn fúnfún yẹn. Fọ́hán ní bàbá tí ó tó dúró.
Ayọ̀ ni ó ń ṣe kí ni?
Wọ́n ti wà ní adájú Alex.
Kò sí ayọ̀ ń bí báyìí.
Òní nìkan láàrin. We are looking for you, sir. I want, you know, we are doing something. They're looking for you.
I'm here. I'm in front here.
I know. I can't be doing 2 things. They brought it to me. I just said, but come along. So I need to mark me.
Ayọ̀ kí ni?
Oni Ayọ̀délé òní ele.
Kò sí níbí báyìí.
Ẹ bá mi kọ́ sí.
Ayọ̀délé òní kí ni? Oní what?
Are you still staying on this? No, I'm leaving now. John. They brought the food in here. They should have told me I don't have this place.
Kó gbé sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Ṣé mo lè bẹ̀rẹ̀? I'm not going, I'm moderating here. Don't worry, I'm moderating. I'm the anchor person, I'm coming. I want to get a name.
Bring another one, please.
Can I start?
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we settle down, please? Thank you. We are moving straight to the final conversation for this this breakout session, and of course, we are looking at implementing renewable energy framework. Of course, we have our panelists for this session on ground, and I will be inviting them to come have their seat, and thereafter we'll be starting the conversation. Join me as I welcome the CEO, Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, Dr. Fuad Animashaun. Can we please applaud him? Thank you very much. We also have the CEO, Consistent Energy, Dr. Shegun Adoju. Can we please... Who is, of course, our moderator for today. We also have from the CEO, ACOB Lighting Technology, Alex Obiachina. Thank you very much. Please celebrate them, please. And of course, we have Mr. Ayodele Oni also joining this panel. Can we applaud all our panelists for this session? Our moderator can please be at the center so you can. Sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Great. So apologies for, I think we've shifted a bit from the regular. So we're going to make it very, very snappy. And I'll just ask very quickly that present to make some presentation for us. The CEO of Lagos State Electricity Regulation Commission, Dr. Fuad, will kickstart this conversation with a brief presentation to every one of us. And then we'll take it off from there. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're pressed for time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to take the whole presentation slide. So basically what we're discussing today is surrounding the implementation of renewable energy, implementing framework, as we're looking at it in Lagos State at the moment. Most of the discussion on implementing the framework, I would basically start from during the time of the Paris Agreement and the COP commitments, the decarbonization meetings that were had over the years. Obviously, this was meant to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change. And basically, it was calling for limiting the global average temperature rise in the century to below 2 degrees Celsius, while pursuing efforts to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. And also, we had rapid advancements in renewable technologies such as solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal. I remember that one of the articles I read in The Guardian of 2004, the world used clean power source to meet more than 40% of the electricity demand since 1940s, which showed a very, very huge improvement in the use of clean energy. And also, in looking at this, there's one thing we call the grid parity, basically meaning that renewables were now, renewables as solar and wind and other sources were now competing. We're now competing with other generation sources in the market. And we're talking about the levelized cost of electricity, which basically shows that most of the available sources of energy that we used were now becoming more competitive. So that meant that there was more utilization for such products in the market. There was also a global investment surge in renewable infrastructure. According to Bloomfield, we had a transition growth of about 11%, which exceeded $2 trillion for the first time in 2004, with China investing majority of the growth, followed by the United States, Europe, and the United Kingdom. We also had a focus on energy security and reliance in a volatile geopolitical landscape, which obviously affected other sources of energy, and it made it much more economically friendly, and it made more sense to switch to renewables to get more of your needs over time. So, having said that, please mind it, I'm trying to go through this as quickly as possible. So addressing energy deficit with renewables in Nigeria, the key issues that are leading to this. One, you have unreliable grid infrastructure. Now, most of us know about the regular collapse that we've had on the national grid. One of the things that would come to mind to mitigating this is bringing your generation source closer to the supply. Apart from building embedded generation, we now have a growth of mini grids in the market. So this has enabled us to start to improve on power supply to customers within the market. We are strongly recommending renewables to deliver in certain aspects of the market in Lagos State. And by this, if you have read our electricity law of 2004, we are committing about 30% of our generation. We're diversifying, and most of the generation, 30% of it is going to come from renewables. There's also a huge significance in the energy gap. So the amount of, let me say 45% of the Nigerian population lack access to the national grid. So there's a profound gap in electricity, where you have in urban areas, you have a higher percentage of supply of about 84%, and then the rural areas, 26%. So most of the initiatives you're seeing now from places like the REA, from agencies like the REA, are focused on rural, semi-urban areas where there is a significant gap in access to energy. And then the over-reliance on fossil fuels. That's one of the things that's obviously causing the climate change issues. And most of the push from most of the developed world has been to move to renewable energy, to reduce our dependence on it, which will obviously indirectly affect the climate change issue, emissions in the market, greenhouse gases that are spreading in the market. So that being said, we also have abundant renewable energy resources. In the north, you have very high radiance of sunlight, so you get a lot of potential for solar. You have also a strong set of wind facilities that you can put up also, which can also diversify our dependence on fossil fuels. And then we have the opportunity for decentralized energy solutions and grid modernization. So where technology is going right now, you have situations where renewables are being integrated into the grid system to provide most stability in the market. Bear with me one moment. So what is Lagos State majorly focusing on the renewable sector? So Lagos State's strategic location and economic importance. Lagos State is an economic hub, economic and commercial hub. It hosts about 60% of the country's industrial activities and contributes 30% to the national GDP. 50% of non-oil gross domestic product is also, a majority of it comes from Lagos State. We have a growing energy demand due to the rapid urbanization and industrialization. So this has led us to obviously looking at more diversified sources apart from the grid to meet our demand. Existing initiatives and policies promoting renewable energy. Like I mentioned before, we are looking at, we have integrated about 30% of renewables into our diversification. We also have other agencies who are participating in the off-grid market in Lagos. You have the off-grid electrification strategy and action plan. You have the Lagos Climate Action Plan. You have the REA DARES initiative. And you have the UK government solar Nigeria project. Most of these projects are to bring sustainable energy into the ecosystem of Lagos State. And then you have opportunities to attract private sector investment on renewable energy projects. Bear with me. So within this ecosystem, building a sustainable ecosystem would be the biggest priority for us. And how do we intend to do this? The first thing would be policy and regulatory framework. A clear and consistent policies to incentivize renewable energy adoption across Lagos State. Streamlined permits and licensing processes to be supervised by LASEC. Development and implementation of feed-in tariffs and net metering schemes across the state. We have infrastructure development. We're looking at investment in grid modernization and smart grid technologies. We're looking at development of decentralized energy solutions, mini grids, off grids. We're looking at promotion of energy storage solutions, lithium batteries, battery energy storage systems, thermal energy storage, etc. Financial mechanisms. We're looking at public-private partnerships to attract private sector investment, development of green bonds and other innovative financial instruments, access to affordable renewable energy projects. And then we have capacity building and awareness, training programs for renewable energy professionals, public awareness campaigns to promote energy efficiency and conservation, support for research and development. Now, let's talk about tailored solutions from the Lagos State for the unique needs that we have. First of all, let's talk about technologies. We have the solar rooftop technology. Now, the solar rooftop technology, if you must know, 2 days ago, we had a signing with the Rural Electrification Agency of Lagos State, a pre-event before we started this event. And one of the key highlights from the MD of the REA was to integrate renewable and rooftop renewable energy projects into the Lagos State system. It was a very welcome development for us because, as you know, Lagos State is constrained by land. So one of the key things that we're looking at is putting solar panels on buildings, warehouses, on different platforms. I would take, for example, a country like Spain, where they have gone ahead and implemented this already. But to also encourage the development of rooftop solar, they've also put a certain amount to, they allow people to rent out their roof spaces. And that goes into the electricity tariff. And that helps to grow the amount of supply that goes into the market, and it actually increases the amount of renewable energy into the market. Solar power water pumps. We encourage this because it reduces your dependence on fossil fuels to power your water pumps. We have renewable solar-powered water pumps now available in the market, and we encourage a lot of this, even in our own facilities within Lagos State. Waste to energy. I think one of the major obstacles that we've had to waste to energy is how and where to actually locate the facilities. We are looking at the possibilities of having that. We are discussing closely with LOMA. But, I mean, we have key challenges with, do we locate this on the landfills? Now, the biggest challenge with that, if you locate a power plant on a landfill, the problem is a landfill, because of the methane that's produced from the waste over time, it could ignite fire. It could create some kind of hazardous situations. So we are being careful about how we deploy this, but we are looking at the technology and discussing with LOMA as best as possible, even if it has to mean producing the energy and delivering within the axis where it's being produced. But our major challenge is obviously where to put the facility. We're looking at mini grids that I've mentioned. It's one of the options that we have on the table. As long as we determine where the solar panels would be, we're constrained by land. We're also obviously looking at the possibility of putting floating solars, which we're already testing with one of the developers in Lagos already. One of the problems that we've had with that also had to do with, we had people run into the floating solar panels. Unfortunately, it created a bit of damage, but we've been able to to fix the problem, and that has been resolved. And we're also looking at electric mobility. So we have a lot of people in the Lagos market who are very interested in electric mobility. They've been testing this. And if you've noticed, along the Ikorodu to CMS axis, we have been testing on the BRT an electric bus, which has been running regularly to check the durability and to be able to tell what we would require, if we need service charge stations in between the roads, or do we need them at each point of where the journey is completed. So that is currently being tested. We also have people in the market who are already using this, who have charge stations in their homes. We're encouraging it, but we also have to manage the implementation of this, because we want to create a situation where whoever uses this, there will be some kind of regulation around it to make sure everything is done appropriately as it should be done. We don't want situations where equipment or certain externalities start to affect people from this, but we don't believe it will be a major issue. Now, the next thing is to talk about collaborative approach to sustainable energy. One of the things that we're looking at is stakeholder engagements, something like this. We need to be able to sit down and talk to you and determine what best the solution would be. I say this in the context of not everybody we won't be able to supply everybody power from the grid, because there will be cost implications that might affect the cost of supplying power to you from the grid. So we're going to consider using those mini grids and putting them around your area to reduce the cost of infrastructure. We would have stakeholder engagements to carry you all along. We're not going to give anything into the market that we have not discussed and detailed how it will work. Because for it to work, we need stakeholders to also buy into this. We also have establishing renewable energy task force. Basically, theirs would be to make sure that whatever your needs are being met appropriately. They will do so many other things that is yet to be determined, but as the market grows, we expect their responsibilities would increase. We are promoting knowledge sharing and transfer. Again, one of the major challenges is when you introduce something new into the market, a lot of people find it a bit, I don't know, technology scares some people. They start to ask questions, which is valid, and you're trying as much as possible to give them enough comfort to understand that this will not affect them adversely, and we'll try as much as possible to carry everybody along and make sure they have an understanding of the technology. We are also looking at creating platforms of dialogue and collaboration. We are looking at empowering local communities to participate in energy solutions. That would involve most of our institutions. In my agency, we have a research and development unit, and it's one of the things that we strongly believe in, because we don't seem to carry ourselves along when it comes to research and development. We're going to try as much as possible to dedicate appropriate funding to this department, because we want to encourage the local development in a lot of this. And if you've heard, we have a lot of companies now, because the federal government has put a ban on importing solar panels. So we have a lot of companies who are already manufacturing solar panels in Nigeria, and those are the things that we want to encourage in the market. So the multiplier effect of having this in the market, you would have enhanced energy security and resilience. We say enhanced security because if you notice, if you're driving at night now on Third Mainland Bridge, Eco Bridge, we used to use a diesel solution for this. We had generators all around, and we used to pump. It used to cost us millions. So now what we have decided to do is to switch to solar. So now the illumination all the way Third Mainland Bridge, Eco Bridge, they're constantly working now. We're looking at over 22,000 installations across Lagos State, which will be solar powered. And that is what our major part of our diversification strategy is, to try and focus on those areas where renewables can serve us better and improve security. Sustainable economic development and poverty reduction. We hope this will be able to create jobs. In some areas, we have seen the effect that streetlights have. The communities at night, certain businesses tend to thrive more in the evening because there is more power supply. And renewables is one of the things that's been able to support in achieving this also. We're looking at job creation to renewable energy sector. This will create different jobs. Technology always attracts jobs. And we hope this would also be one of the things, one of the enablers that would help create jobs in the market. Reduce the economic costs of businesses and households. They will be able to function much longer. Households will be able to, for example, their children will be able to study more. Most of your appliances will be able to work even when there is no power source coming in. And we've seen that this helps a lot of people achieve more as the course of the days go. And then improved air quality and public health. I think one of the emphasis for renewable energy has always been the issue of greenhouse gases and everything. And when you use less fossil fuels and you use more renewable energy, it tends to reduce the externalities that you gain from this. So it reduces your greenhouse gas emissions. And obviously, we want to try as much as possible to reduce that in our own market and encourage people to switch to much more cleaner fuels. So in rounding up, let's build what we call a sustainable energy future for Lagos. One, we believe in commitment to implementing a robust energy framework. We believe in collaboration, partnership to achieve our goals, investment in innovation and technology, empowering communities to participate in energy transition, and a sustainable and prosperous Lagos powered by clean energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause to the CEO of Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission. Thank you, Dr. Fuad, for this presentation. So just jump in right away, and I have a quick, from the presentation you made, one quick question that I would like to put across to Ayo, the president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and it's around access, creating access. So how do we ensure that for Lagos, I mean, we're lucky to have very experienced people who've done it across several parts of Nigeria, but we're talking about Lagos now. How do we ensure, underserved communities are not excluded, and we create affordability, for example, for SMEs and rural households, versus this world that's going on now, the banning of solar panels. So I just want to quickly put it to you. What's your take?
Okay. First, I would like to start by saying that, the federal government is considering, maybe banning solar panel in some times to come. Currently, we know that we do not have enough production within the country to jump into such conclusion, so that we don't impede on the progress that we're currently making. Now, in trying to create access more, the rural Lagos part, we have to all make sure we do enough data enumeration. What I've observed about most of the practitioners, stakeholders, developers, rescues working around Southwest, especially Lagos, is that most of the rescues had been focusing on the urban Lagos. The truth is Lagos has the peripherals that are also rural, and there's a need for us to extend this electricity access to such places. In terms of creating affordability, there has to be right sizing of power plants and right investment into such places in such a way that by the time you finish calculating your cost-reflective tariff, it becomes affordable for the people that are in those areas. We have to be very careful to ensure that we're not over-engineering the type of systems that are in that place. We must profile the people in the rural Lagos very well. We have to give them the kind of technology that meets their needs and also that meets their kind of affordability. I believe that with the steps that Lagos State is currently taking and with the kind of innovation, with the kind of awareness that Lagos State is creating, this is going to really, activate, and catalyze a lot of growth in desire to provide clean energy access to the rural side of Lagos.
Thank you so much, Ayo, President of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. I also want our panelists to, please bear with me, maybe one or two lines about the issue of panels in Nigeria, either local content or importation. And then a follow-up question that I will also ask. For Alex, the CEO of Breakout Lighting, who I know has done a lot in the mini-grid space, how do we build capacity to meet the growth of the sector? Solar renewables is becoming, the growth rate is getting very fast, but capacity is one of the issues. And I know Lagos State has several educational institutions, vocational training centers, Lagos Energy Academy, how many universities in Lagos alone? So how do we build this pipeline of talent and also this issue of local manufacturing? Over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much. I want to sincerely thank the organizers for the honor of inviting me to share this podium with you all. I would say the events from yesterday leading up to today has been a very wonderful one. For the very first time, I think it availed me the opportunity to actually know how well Lagos State government is positioning itself, not just as a state, but also as a center of excellence in harnessing opportunities that has to do with renewable energy. To your question that has to do with capacity building, I was very impressed in the keynote address by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources yesterday, he did recognize over 200 students, you know, in the room. And for me, I think it goes a long way, you know, in buttressing what we're talking about. Today, we understand the funding capacity of what is required to bring not just Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa out of energy poverty. If we have all that resources today, the truth that we have to tell ourselves is the fact that we do not have the requisite manpower to match actually the implementation of those projects that can provide power to a lot of these unserved and underserved people. So what is the best approach? I think the best approach is building a very robust mentorship program that will see a lot of our young people, especially those from the institutions who are coming out, because to a large extent today, what I see happening in our institutions of learning is to a large extent the lecturers, the academias are primarily more concerned with theoretical approach. So you give assignments, you give this. You are in an engineering field. You should be, the students beyond their internship, they should be practically engaged. You know, I've seen very young fellow who have summoned the courage to actually walk up to me and say, see, I want to engage. And I was actually passionately driven. So I would say beyond what we do in the classroom, there's a lot of learning. And I see a lot of faces actually in the room here. It will interest you to know I'm not an engineer. My first degree is political science. And I had an MBA. Of course, every other thing is training by, you know, by training and by exposure and practicality. So I say to any aspiring young person, if I could do it, you could do 1,000 more than I could do. So I would say capacity building is very, very critical. We have to start thinking of how we convert these talents and knowledge that we have in our institutions, bring them meaningfully. Occasions like this, I'm very happy. You know, I got to understand that it's not a paid event to a large extent. That is also fantastic, right? So it shows that the idea is for people to come, understand what the issues are, and gradually start seeing how these people can be absorbed. For us in ACOP, what do? We have taken very bold steps, you know, in working with few institutions. We're not based here in Lagos, but I mean our operations is all over the country. We've done projects in Ondo, we've done projects in Kano, we've done projects in Sokoto, we've done projects in Ogun. You know, we've also had costs to do private projects in Lagos here, but I mean, we're pretty much open. So we're very intentional. We look out for partnership with these institutions, see how well we can build a program that will groom young people, you know, from the idealist stage and bring them to practicality. And I say this is just the little way we can actually build capacity and see how well we meet out that vision of energy access for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your comments. Please, if you are a student in the room, can I see your hand? Any students in the room? Interesting. Okay, so that buttresses the fact that you know, we should really, you know, develop this pipeline of talent for the sector. And thank you, Lagos State, you know, for bringing these wonderful guys into the room for these conversations. Let me move over to Dr. Oni, one of the most respected legal energy lawyers. Can I use that word? Okay, I mean, I've seen the power space. I was very passionate about the sector. And it's around policy and governance. I want to hear your views around policy and governance, and particularly Lagos State. What policy reforms are most urgent that Lagos needs to look at to unlock renewable energy investments? And how can the state and federal, now that we have regulators at the federal level and at the state level, how can they coordinate properly? Our dear CEO is here to support energy decentralization. Okay, two things. One, what quick urgent policy reform do you recommend, given your experience? And then how can we coordinate better between the federal and the state regulators? Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting questions. I stand on existing protocol. Okay, I think that to start with, our challenge in Lagos and much of Nigeria isn't brilliant policies or laws. I think the problem is implementation. The bridge between sound policy and laws and reaching effectiveness, that bridge has been problematic. So I wouldn't even go so much into rules, laws, and all of that. Because if you look at the Lagos state law, very good law. If you look at what the state has done so far, even around carbon, having a carbon exchange, that's very brilliant. If you see how that will work, it would help reduce emissions. If you see some of the incentives, if you see the mandate on demand side management, a lot is being done. But I will say that from a practical standpoint, a few things that need to be taken into consideration. One, if you look at Silicon Valley, it's supported by Stanford. I do not know if they have professorial chairs or have grants for researchers in university. I think there's a need for a handshake between those of us doing projects, advisory, and the academia. Because more often than not, a lot of what you see in Silicon Valley are research results that are now being implemented. One, two. And this second may be a mute point because I already see the quality of people with the regulator from Dr. Anima Shao, Kofo, who I trained, and a number of other guys who I think are very good. I've seen it in the sector. We must elevate policy ahead of politics. If we put the wrong people in certain places, doesn't matter the quality of the laws we have or the policies. Whether the laws are brilliant, whether the policies are not, we wouldn't achieve the sort of result we want. And that's very critical because politics ahead of policy just leads to chaos. That's the second point I was going to make. Another point, because I'd written a few things down, another thing that I noticed, and I think they need to do more from a practical standpoint, the idea of a regulatory sandbox where people can test ideas. And that's one of the reasons we've had issues at the national level. I think over-regulation to a large extent and under-regulation in areas where creativity is needed. What does a sandbox do? It allows people who want to test out new ideas, technologies, and all of that to come to the fore. And I see that with the new Lagos state law. If you allow that and you put it in practice, see, that's always a challenge. E.g., you spoke about solar panels. I do a lot of projects, and I don't want to mention clients. I do a lot of renewable, a lot of gas projects. I'm currently advising on a result-based financing, and that's new. By Damilola Ogunbiyi's Sustainable Energy for All, and our mentee, Anita. They've always worked together, I mean, last 20 years. And it's a creative thing that you can even connect to the carbon trading and connect to the regulatory sandbox, where upon achieving certain goals. So what I'm currently doing, they're trying to get a bridge financing prior to getting monies from the agency providing the result-based financing. Because recall, your result-based financing is that you must have achieved certain results for you to get the money. Now, how do you resolve is chicken and egg? How do you get those results if you don't have the money? So a lot of guys go to the commercial banks for bridge financing, short-term financing, to get those results and then get the money to sort of refinancing kind of thing. So I'm advising on one. So those sort of creative ideas is what we require. And working with project developers. Because if you have, and I was going to give you an example of what you said about the solar panels. Imagine that there is what is called an import duty exemption certificate. Those of us who are here may know it. For solar panels, for gas turbines, certain things, when you bring them in, you don't pay import duty. That's why it's called import duty exemption certificate. But in reality, it's usually very difficult to get. Almost impossible. Except you know someone. Usually. And I hope there's no one in government here who is going to beat me up after now. But that's reality because I do projects. I do a lot of projects. So it's more around practical reality, ensuring that we do not have brilliant people making laws and brilliant people like Dr. Anima Shao, but that we move from brilliant concepts, brilliant ideas to achieving the said result. And some of what you need to do to also get that is you need to carry people along. There must be public hearings, public engagement, and when people genuinely have complaints, help ensure that they are resolved. Another a big elephant in the room for me, because I do projects, is carrying the judiciary along. Whether it's training, whatever it is, because more often than not, and I'm sure Mr. Adaju is saying it because he's a developer, he does projects. Even Nigerian developers now say they don't want Nigerian courts. That's a problem. Everyone is going to. I was expert witness recently at an international arbitration in London. 2 Nigerian entities, but they didn't want Nigerian. I mean, maybe I need to round up. So they didn't want Nigeria. So in all we do, if we do not carry what we consider the last hope of the common man and even the businessman, we will not make much progress, because people will then say, "Oh, I can't trust the regime." Now, I round up with this. I have discovered from doing projects and from doing some policy work, and interestingly advised on the integrated power policy. Minister of Power, I was on that team that wrote that policy. 3 things people look at when they want to invest, particularly in energy. 1, certainty and clarity in one box. 2, am I able to get my money back? Ability to monetize your investment. You don't want to drop $2 billion and find out that you can't make money from dropping that $2 billion. It's sunk investment, and they call it obsolescence bargain. Once you drop your money, the bargain between yourself and the government changes. Government is now stronger. You are weaker. So once you have that kind of arrangement, it becomes a problem. And thirdly, enforcement. If you cannot enforce your rights where there's a challenge, it becomes a problem. Nobody comes to invest. So for Lagos State, you need to ensure those 3 things are in place. And it goes to what I said initially, policy ahead of politics. Certainty and clarity, enforcement of rights, ability to monetize. That's that issue. Your other question was
around how states and subnationals, federal and subnationals can better coordinate. That's
very interesting. I'll start with part of the challenge we had in the power sector initially, and it still is a problem, gas. If you look at the UK, you have the OFGEM, Office for Gas and Electricity Markets. At times, you want to ensure that there's proper coordination between gas and power, for example, because over 80% of power generated in Nigeria is thermal, and a large part of that is gas. In fact, almost all of our thermal generation is gas-fired, right? So, it's same thing. And 2, I was going to say, there's a steep learning curve for many states. I see that for Lagos State, they've got the best guys, gone back to NERC, gone back to setting, because I did read people's profiles. One thing that we still have to learn is that NERC has been in the game longer. So there's no way you should not continue. And even the Electricity Act does state that, and I think I did see something in Lagos State in the electricity law, that there's a need for some sync. 1, 2. You need to continue to work with the federal government, and I'll tell you why. Certain things are in the exclusive legislative list of the Constitution, where only the federal government has powers, e.g. customs. So imagine Lagos State does a brilliant policy such that people can invest more in renewables, and people are investing. When they do their base model, their financial model, they consider that they will get customs duty rebates and all of that for the project to make sense. They now get to the federal government, and they cannot get those rebates. You've killed their project, because remember, the basis for the project in the first place were those tax incentives and things they could get only from federal government. But because the Lagos State didn't consider that they need to work with the federal government, ensure that in reality they would get those things, projects fail. So beyond niceties, you actually do need to work with the federal government, and you actually do need to make a good case when projects are to be done. And I did hear something about with the REA today, that they got a waiver from NERC for certain, because under the law, once you do a project that exceeds 1 megawatt, you go to a proper licensing regime. For captive plants, it's a lesser, you get a permit, right? Less difficult. I've done both. Probably over 30 licenses, captives, all of that. So I think that's important. And finally, in drafting your regulations, I digress a bit. Please speak with practitioners that do transactions. We are the ones that know where our developers have challenges. If you go meet a professor who does theories, you will get a theoretical regulation which will give you practical, and I'm not marketing myself, but you can give me why not. You then have those practical challenges. So I think you do not have a choice than to work with federal government, because constitutionally there's certain things you do not have powers to do by yourself. And finally, in life, you go further when you work in teams. You may go faster if you work alone, but you can only get so far. But if you want to really go far, you require working together. And it's interesting that you have same government, both, or same party, both in Lagos State at the federal center, federal government. And you recall that one of the pioneers of ensuring decentralization really is the current president with the Enron deal, right? So I think we've got the right people. It's whether they have the political and other will and they genuinely mean well. Now, it would be a tragedy when you have brilliant people like this and they mean ill. You are in trouble because brilliant people can't manipulate. So we have brilliant people. I do hope that they mean well, and I do hope they do the right things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Oni. Always interesting to listen to you. Yes, for me, I mean, there's no better time than now. There's a very strong sync between federal and Lagos. The idea of decentralization and subnationals, generating power also started from a concept. How many years? 20, 30 years ago, by the current president. I also agree that we have very brilliant people having interacted and engaged. Commissioner of Energy, the CEO of LASEC, and I believe strongly that they have that political will. So we're hoping to see policy over politics. I mean, at the opening session yesterday, if you listen to Mr. Governor, you know that there's practicality. He's just saying, look, do this thing. We can't commend you until this is done. So I hope that Lagos will always set the pace in many things, and this is an opportunity to do that. Great. Thank you so much, Doctor. Now let's come to, I also want to drill down on local content, and I'm very happy we have Omobolale here with us. Her company is one of the local contents, right, in terms of solar PV. So, hard question I'm going to ask you. So, if today we put a lid on importation, can local capacity meet the need that Nigeria currently requires? If yes, well, I mean, good enough. If no, what do we suggest? What time frame, what timelines do you think, medium, short, long term for Nigeria? Because there's a revolution already. People that you never expected deploying solar, they are deploying solar. If there's a shrinkage in supply, then maybe we're going to be in trouble. So I want to hear your own perspective.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, moderator, Dr. Shegu Adaju, and good afternoon, my fellow co-panelists. I'd like to stand on existing protocol and say a very good afternoon to everybody in the room. And Dr. Shegu, thank you very much for that question and also for setting me up, right? So at LPVT, we manufacture solar panels locally here in Nigeria. And that was also birthed out of the need to make the solar components more accessible and closer to people for them to adopt, and also to ease, I would say, the issues around sourcing forex and also FX volatility. However, the capacity of the factory is about 200 megawatts, pardon me please, and we are currently utilizing 100 megawatts. And to Dr. Shegun's question, I will say in terms of meeting the demand in the market now by local production, is still going to be, I would say it's still in the works, because for us, we in the next coming months, we expect to be able to double our capacity, and not just having the factory located alone in Nigeria. We will have one in the north and also in the south. But I know that we have a lot of EPCs, developers, and solar companies as well deploying solutions that are solving a dear need in our country, Nigeria. And we do not even want any disruption when it comes to availability of the panels to put up this solution or to meet the local demand. I would say in the short term, efforts are in place to ensure that we can also scale up very fast. to ensure that we can meet the demand, and also calling people on board as well that could share similar vision to ensure that locally, we can curate something for our country, Nigeria, apart from even making this component available locally. I'm sure you agree with me that is also a way of creating employment. All the people that we currently have in the workforce today, 40 plus, none of them was manufacturing solar panels before they joined that organization. So that means extensive training was carried out to ensure that people have the competence and the capability to do this manufacturing end to end. We talked about skill set gap, and also mentorship, training people is also open for internship as well. And in the coming days, we'll also be launching a training school where people can come in firsthand to learn how some of these things can be done around the manufacturing and also putting the solution together. But I would say in the short term, right, we are quickly ramping up production, while in the midterm, we will also be setting up other factories in other areas in Nigeria, and not just serving Nigerian market, by the way. We're also looking at export market. So I think all hands actually needs to be on deck to ensure that we can have more of these people locally that can make components available. But like you said, we don't want a disruption around supply. We want people to be able to have this component to deploy. I want to continue to solve the problem that we have around electricity generally in Nigeria and Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that smart response. Yes, I know our time is fast spent, so I want to quickly ask our CEO one question, maybe a very quick response. Net metering. I know Ayo, Alex, you have customers who already have solar systems. Maybe in the daytime, they are generating excess, and they are interested in contributing to the grid. What's the timeline, sir, for net metering? Many developers, many private sector, many owners, many consumers are asking, when can I begin to sell to Ikaja Electric, Eco, Disco?
Shegun, I think for us, I mean, that would be welcome. But first of all, you're talking about bidirectional, meters here. So first of all, we have a meter shortfall in the market already. So you're looking for meters where when your consumption, so the whole idea of net metering is to offset your bill. At times it helps you offset it. So when you generate all this capacity during the day and storage, in the evenings you can sell back to the grid to offset your bill. And you need a bidirectional meter to do that. So that's one of the aspects. Obviously, you need the grid to also be able to do this. It's one of the key infrastructure things. So part of this discussion was one of the ones we've had with the REA. Because, again, like the sandbox that Shegun mentioned, we're hoping that, Ayoni mentioned, we're hoping that these are some of the things we can actually test in the market. Because the REA is looking at it. Because like you said, a lot of people are saying, look, I'm beginning to generate a lot of power here. Would that be able to help? That would help the grid, obviously. Because, the whole idea is to get more power into the market. So technologically, we need to do some work on that, metering. We need to do some aspect on the tariff also, at which you want to have those things done. To have net metering, there's a tariff that would obviously be grid parity. So whatever type of renewable it is, and to make it attractive and to know how much you are going to be able to sell back into the grid, we have to also be able to determine that. So we are hoping to be able to work with the area as soon as possible and look at that. We will test it in the market and find the appropriate ring fence location where we can put this to test. Because before you put such a thing, that's where you need all the stakeholder engagements to be involved so that they understand exactly how this technology works. Because having it is one thing, how the technology works, the people will start to question you. How do I measure? How do I know that I'm actually going to get that revenue back? Or what's the benefit for me? So we'd have to explain the whole concept of net metering. We have to tick the boxes from when we tested in our sandbox, and we will use that to show the market that this is what we've been able to achieve with this. There will be constraints, obviously, because we have grid, especially since it's the last mile grid that we're talking about here. And that's where most of the issues are, largely in this country, most of the distribution end. So we would obviously have to upgrade the network also, and investments will come into this. So we will try as much as possible when we do conclude on the sandbox to be able to put appropriate regulation to support this, so that they would encourage the market people to develop this and able to say, okay, if I invest in renewable, I will gain some benefits from it that would reduce my expenses and certain other things. So we hope to be able to do that. A time frame, I have to take the fifth on that. I can't really put a time frame on that because it will go through a lot of processes, engagements. But we hope to be able to do it at least within the next year.
Absolutely. That's enough, time frame for me, really. I know Lagos State always sets the pace in everything, and others in Nigeria follow. And I can mention an example, the IGR, the blue and red line. I mean, just name it. And I believe very strongly that Lagos State is going to crack this code of net metering, and even the federal government might come to learn from what Lagos is going to do. Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. Our time is fast spent. Without allowing one or two interventions from the floor. So please, very quick question. Max 2. Over.
So we'll be taking just 2 questions, please. Just 2 questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Aile Utajuddin. What I realize is we are talking about implementing renewable energy framework. I want to ask the panelists. It seems that solar energy is it the easiest and cheapest to achieve? Because we all talk about solar powered energy. Secondly, in the last 7-8 years, I realized that public utilities, especially street light, once you have a solar energy, a solar panel street light, probably lasts 4 months rather. The next moment is a generator being put in place. These days when I pass through Trotberland Bridge, I take 2 months. This one is 6 months. So I feel the Lagos Electricity Board should have probably a pilot scheme. If it's just a trunky road, let's have a solar light and let's celebrate the 5 years uninterrupted solar power light around that corridor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. My name is Adiola Olalemi. I'm the Legal and Commercial Manager for Eurobus Renewable Energies. And my question is directed towards Dr. Animashao. This is with respect to the solar for rooftops technology with the REA. And so at Eurobus, our major business is rooftop solar for commercial use. And I'd just like to confirm, is this open to private investors? And if it is, how do we key into it? What's the way to go about it? Or is there a platform we can get the information from? Thank you.
Please, we can take one more, please. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'd love to share my comment to the lawyer in terms of financial model. I'm looking at project developer, result-oriented. Is it a platform? Looking at it as a concurrent, looking at the national and the sub-national level in terms of policy, some asserting policy formulation. When our project developer, is it an umbrella body to analysis in terms of result-oriented? Could you expatiate more on that project developer? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I'll take the gentleman's question first. On renewables, on street lighting. So the projects that we're doing right now, that we're trying to do about 22,000 solar street lighting for the third mainland bridge. So what we've introduced into this now is, in contract terms, a kind of guarantee that the developer, based on what we've had tested through him and what he has claimed that he would deliver, we have put in their contract that if anything happens to the solar panel within that period, is at its own cost. So you do not give us a product that if there's a problem with, we are forced to having to spend money to replace it, or you leave it there. And then we are monitoring everything as we go along, because you've given us a time frame, you've given us a guarantee, a warranty, if you want to call it that, over that it's to deliver for this certain period. And that's what we want to avoid. We don't want a situation where we pay you everything. And mind you, payment is also staggered. So we have to make sure that what is installed there, if anything goes wrong within a certain period, he has to change it at his own cost. Because the previous experiments that I've done, or the ones that were done, we had a lot of failures, but they were left there because none of this was put in the initial contract. On the rooftop discussion, yes, it is open. In fact, the biggest part for us is we're looking at cost-reflective tariffs. So the reason for cost-reflective tariffs is because we want to encourage private sector investment. So whatever you're putting in, it's very important that you're able to make that. I mean, at the moment, what we're looking at, grid parity again, we're looking at about 135 naira per kilowatt hour. That's what we're looking at roughly. We're hoping we can bring it further down with technologies available. But if you check well, hydro is actually cheaper than that. But it is the cost of bringing it to market that brings it up. So you have to look at the competitive side of renewables. And yes, it is competitive now. We're looking at how much it costs and how we can bring the cost further down. But on rooftops, that's the whole idea. Most of the rooftops in Lagos, the government doesn't own it. Most of the rooftops are owned by warehouses, properties. So that's why we have to find the balance of having to pay to get whoever owns the rooftop to earn something from it. It's been done already in other climes. It's now to introduce it into the market. But we honestly, even the REA tries to make sure that anywhere you see it deployed, there's some commercial element to their product, because you can't sustain a project if it's only being funded by government. You need commercial elements. So you look for businesses around there that can augment the cost of that solar over time. They will provide a grant, they will develop the project, but you need to sustain the project, and that means you require a commercial element. So for us, it has to be cost-reflective tariffs. We'll try as much as possible to bridge that gap, but we encourage investors. We don't want it to be a government project. We want it to be an investor-led project. We will support with whatever regulation we can. In whatever way we can cushion this, we will try as much as possible to do that. But again, in our law, it gives us the opportunity to sit down with the developers and also agree what's the best way for a win-win situation on all sides. So yes, we are open to it. We are at the stage of implementing this, so we can have a discussion within the next few months. Please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll talk about it, because we want to encourage private sector, and that is what we've seen that grows the power sector. It's not government investment, which we've tried over the years. It hasn't worked for us. If we don't bring in the private people into this business, then we are not going to be able to achieve the journey that we've set for ourselves. Thank you.
Much. So there are signals that we need to pause at this point, but in less than 30 seconds, I want Ayo to talk about. Then there's also maybe 30 seconds for your own response. Why only solar? And maybe tell us what Ariane is doing.
Okay, so it's not only solar. Ari and everybody in the sector, we're looking at all the sources, but we have to understand that the different regions of the country have the resources where they have vast abundance. So in the southwest, you could talk about solar, you could talk about hydro. In the south-south, you could look at solar, but you can't have much of hydro there. In the north, you have solar, you have some wind around north central and around northwest, and some part of the northeast. And you have hydro also. Of course, what's common to all of us, it's biogas and biomass. But in the southeast, you can have solar, you can have some form of hydro. We're trying to try the wind, but we don't have much of wind around the southern part as much as we want to have. But we can have some offshore wind on the offshore of Lagos, which is what Ohando and the rest are trying to find out. But in terms of onshore wind, they're best suited around the northeast to the North Central, where we're having about more than 6 in terms of the measurement over there. So precisely, we're testing out all different types of natural resources. Researches are going on in terms of thermal, because we have our warm spring that needs to be tested, whether we can have, thermal from there. But there are a lot of researches going on among all the members of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria to find the best resources for each of the region. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly. Result-based financing means you get results and you get the money. What I've seen is more from developmental institutions. The way you can then bridge that gap is to first get money from a deposit money bank. They give you at your 28, 29, whatever percent, but as soon as you're achieving those milestones, you will do a sort of refinancing with money you get from, whether it's the REA, because I know the REA is currently working with the Sustainable Energy for All. You'd use that to then net off or to pay back pretty quickly, so that who you then owe is someone whose interest rate is lower. There's more than one model. And well, whilst I don't intend to advertise, you can also check my books at the book stand. I've done a lot of analysis around some of these projects. I think I've written 5 books in the sector across oil and gas. You'd find them there for more information. But generally, it's live, because I'm currently advising on one. We just started that last week, Friday or so. So it's real, and it's a private developer actually in this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. A round of applause to our audience for staying this long. I would say thank you to our panelists for your time. I will appreciate you a whole lot. Thank you. We'll bring it to a hard stop at this point. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Can we applaud all our panelists and, of course, our very esteemed moderator? I would like to, before they take a group photograph, I would like Dr. Fuad to help us with this presentation from Mr. Alex. I got to know he's yet to get his award, so just for Mr. Alex, and thereafter we'll take a group photograph. All right. Then we'll take the group photograph. Take the group. Can we please applaud them, please? Can we please applaud them? Keep celebrating them. And of course, we have a woman to balance it this time. Thank you. We'll definitely reach out to those yet to get the award. Thank you very much. Can we applaud them better, please? Even as they step down stage. Thank you very much. Please note that the gala night is scheduled for 6 p.m. We'll be having the gala night at 6 p.m. Also, the electricity law is available for sale at the LSEA stand. That's the Lagos State Electrification Agency. For our participants only, the gala night is for registered participants only. Please, at 6 p.m. we'll meet for the gala night. So you can get the electricity law at the stand of the Lagos State Electrification Agency. You can get the electricity law there. Please visit that stand and also visit our exhibition centers. There are lots you can gain from this summit. So try as much as possible to visit our various exhibition stands to see what they have at their stands. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you at 6 p.m. for all the participants. Thank you.